Chapter 327. The ice blue light that filled the arena due to Bing Ling's ice dough, Qi seemed to have seen something terrifying when this figure came in between Wu Yin and Bing Ling. Even the speed of the light slowed down by more than a percentage point. The pressure on the opponent also weakened by more than a notch. The effect on the opponent was reduced to a negligible level. At least, that's what Wu Yin felt. This phenomenon shocked Wu Yin. He knew that the reason the ice blue light was suppressed to this extent was because of the figure that came in between him and Bing Ling. That figure seemed to have brought the entire world of ice and snow with her. She was dressed in a special student uniform with a white coat with golden edges. A luxurious hairband decorated with specks of golden ice crystals was tied around her long blue hair that flowed down like a waterfall. She looked as if she was wearing an ice crystal crown, extremely noble and elegant. Under that long, icy blue hair was a face that could be called peerless in the world. It was as noble and cold as a snow lotus. Her snow-white skin, under the reflection of her long, icy blue hair, was as white as snow. If one had to find a flaw on this face, it would be that on such a beautiful face there was no smile. Not to mention a smile, even the slightest bit of emotion could not be found. There was only coldness, an extreme coldness that was enough to freeze all emotions. Gorgeous. It also exuded an icy beauty. The appearance of the beautiful figure did not only bring about the stagnation of the ice blue flowing light in the arena, it also brought about a collective stupor for everyone in the arena, as well as the students below the 5th floor, including the girls. Wu Yin is one of the members of the Demented Guild. Of course, the reason why Wu Yin was stunned was different from the other students. The other students were stunned because of the girl's beauty. Wu Yin was stunned because of the information he received from the system. Sylph? Ilu. Level 72. Level 72. She's a rank 8 powerhouse. Wu Yan's pupils shrunk as he felt a bit of shock in his heart. How could he not be shocked? From the uniform she was wearing, it could be seen that she was a student. A student's identity could be deciphered quite a bit of information. For example, this girl was not yet 25 years old. A rank 8 powerhouse under 25 years old. Lightly exhaling, as if he wanted to vent out all the shock in his heart, he looked at this beautiful girl who was as cold as an ice mountain and bitterly smiled inside. True geniuses still exist. It seems like I underestimated Silveria. I thought I was at the highest level among my peers. Who would have thought that there would always be someone better than me in this world? Well, it seems like I'm right here. After smiling bitterly, Wu Yin felt relieved. The Spalier World Academy is a gathering place for all the geniuses in the Spalier world. It's not strange to have a genius like her. He just doesn't know how many geniuses there are in the Spalier World Academy. Wu Yin glanced at Bing Ling on the other side of the iceberg girl, and he laughed in a weird manner. Well, at least there won't be more than 9 of them. Wu Yin, who's letting his imagination run wild, didn't notice that the iceberg beauty, who came out of nowhere, is also looking at him. Her eyes that will never thaw froze for less than 0.1 seconds for a split second. It was probably because this was the first time she saw someone who didn't stare at her when they saw her, of course. Ice Maiden didn't know that Hinajiku and Mikoto were slightly younger than her in terms of looks, but Ikaros, Astria, and Shoko Misaki didn't lose out to her in terms of looks. Wu Yin, who had already eaten 2 of them. Naturally, his appetite grew. At the very least, if she wanted to use her looks to make Wu Yin lose his composure, she might have been able to do so in the past. But now, it's hard to do so, of course. Wu Yan's performance was only enough to make the girl give him a sidelong glance. Compared to Wu Yin, Bing Ling's reaction was a lot worse. He looked at the girl in a daze. The doqi that Bing Ling had just condensed around his body started dispersing into the air along with his master's dazed state. After some time, Chuju, Mikoto, and Fei Fei were the first to react. Fei Fei cried out in shock. Princess Sylph. The mention of Princess Sylph brought everyone back to their senses. However, after they were called back, a series of screams followed. Princess. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched when he heard this. When he saw the surname Ilu, which is the same as the Ilu Empire's surname, he guessed that this guy is a member of the royal family. Princess Sylph. Bing Ling couldn't help but lower his head in embarrassment. After all, this wasn't the first time he met Princess Sylph. It's just that every time they meet, he would always behave in this manner. This caused him to feel embarrassed and angry at himself for behaving in such a manner. She's a princess? Mikoto pointed at Princess Sylph with an expression as if she was deceived by the world. It's obvious that the word princess had a huge impact on her. They're both princesses after all. It's just that one is Tokuwadai Middle School's Electric Princess. The other is Ailu Empire's Ice Princess. Both of them are princesses, but the difference is huge. At the very least, Mikoto's carefree personality has nothing to do with being a princess. She is indeed beautiful. Princess. Chuju has already categorized the word beautiful and princess in her mind. Princess Sylph's icy blue eyes widened. Her expression was as cold as ice. After a while, she spoke with a heavenly voice. The duel ends here, huh? Quite a number of people started making confused noises. Even Wu Yin and Bing Ling, who were still in the arena, looked confused. Bing Ling wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by a frowning Wu Yin. Why? Wu Yin frowned as he looked at Princess Sylph. He doesn't seem to know her. She doesn't seem to be close to Bing Ling either. What reason does she have to stop the duel? Sylph turned her head and looked at Wu Yin. Then, she turned back to Bing Ling. Your opinion? Bing Ling panicked, as if he encountered a difficult situation. It seems like Sylph's words and his duel with Wu Yin are on the same page. Wu Yin's mouth twitched. After a while, Bing Ling sighed helplessly. Since it's Princess Sylph's opinion, I have no objections. Sylph turned her head and looked at the referee as if she had expected this. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the referee shrugged nonchalantly. Since that's the case, let's end this duel here. Wu Yin gaped to the judge. He couldn't help but flip the 12 tables in his mind. What's going on? Even if you're biased, you can't be so biased. You're the referee. Where's my opinion? Sylph seemed to have seen through Wu Yan's thoughts. She turned around and spoke with a calm voice. If you really want a duel, wait until the academy event. Wu Yan flinched when he heard this. He couldn't stay calm anymore. Isn't the game the only event? Is the academy having an event as well? Chapter 328. Just like that, an exceptionally exciting battle ended hastily with the interference of a second person. This made all the students who had been looking forward to it feel a little disappointed. Of course, if the person who stopped the duel wasn't Princess Sylph, the students wouldn't just be disappointed. They might even have the urge to throw beer bottles at her. No, not everyone was disappointed. Wu Yin wanted to throw a beer bottle at Princess Sylph's head. It wasn't easy to find a worthy opponent. Even his ranking was very high. If he could defeat him, he would be able to complete the fight for a ranking mission. He would also be able to gain a lot of points. Now that the duel ended abruptly, it's as if his points grew wings and flew away. Wu Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If his opponent wasn't a cute girl. Character: Wu Yin ability, True Ancestor Bloodline, Infinite Arms, Electromancer, LV5, Equipment, Shana the Emperor, C rank, Dragon Armor, C rank, Meteor Shower, B rank, Summons, Misaka Mikoto, Gue, Chuju, Ikaros, Astria, Flandra, Scarlet Shoko Misaki, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, Takitsuba Riku, Misaka's sister, 20,000 equipment points, 481000 item points, 66000 ability points, 18100 summoning points, 35000 level, 68. It wasn't until he saw that his character status had increased by quite a bit that his gloomy mood eased up a little. Whatever, it's just going to be the same when that event starts anyway. Wu Yin looked at Sylph and asked, Your Highness, why did you stop my duel? Sylph turned silent with her back facing Wu Yin. Wu Yin thought Sylph was trying to think of something to say. Who would have thought that Sylph would walk away from the arena? Wu Yin raised an eyebrow. He felt like he was being trampled by a million alpacas. Seeing how Princess Sylph ignored him, Wu Yin had the urge to push her down and spank her ass. After taking a few deep breaths, Wu Yin told himself not to be calculative with a woman. He mumbled to himself as he walked off the stage. On the other hand, Mikoto and Sylph, who had already reached the bottom of the stage, both of them stopped at the same time. Everyone looked at the two women who were behaving strangely. Countless question marks appeared on their heads. It was obvious that they were confused again. Suddenly, Sylph said, "You are very strong." Everyone was stunned when they heard Sylph's words. When they regained their senses, their hearts were filled with shock. No matter how dumb they are, they finally understood that the new special student who came with Wu Yin has been acknowledged by Princess Sylph. Inside the arena tower, the way the students look at Mikoto has completely changed. There's awe, shock, and even longing in their eyes. Wu Yin was surprised by their reaction. He looked at Sylph with suspicion. Does this Ailu princess have a dark history? Mikoto, on the other hand, wasn't surprised by Sylph's words. She tilted her head, and her eyes flashed with battle intent. "You're pretty strong, too. Do you want to duel me?" Mikoto asked with an excited tone. "You're pretty strong, too." That one sentence caused an uproar among the students on the 5th floor. Is it going to be a battle that will surpass all previous battles? Sylph shook her head at Mikoto's words and walked towards the teleportation circle. Her voice echoed in everyone's ears. "All right, let's go. You will have a chance." Hearing this, everyone's expression was different. But there was one thing that couldn't be changed, and that was Mikoto had become the center of attention. "What?" Mikoto pursed her lips in disappointment and dissatisfaction. She crossed her arms and said something that made Wu Yin and Chuju not know whether to laugh or cry. "It's not like you're going to die from a fight." Chuju rolled her eyes at Mikoto. She then said in a serious tone, "However, that Princess Sylph is strong." Hearing that, Fei Fei couldn't help but laugh. She then said something that would shock people to death. How can she not be strong? Princess Sylph is #1 on the ranking list. #1. Chuju and Mikoto were shocked. Even Wu Yin was shocked. #1 on the ranking list? That means... That's right. Fei Fei nodded solemnly. She looked at Sylph's back as she walked towards the teleportation formation. Fei Fei spoke in a solemn tone. "Princess Sylph is the strongest student in the entire Spalier World Academy." Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto lowered their heads and looked at Sylph until she disappeared into the teleportation formation. "The strongest," Mikoto muttered. Then a blue and white electric current flashed in front of her forehead. Her mouth pulled up into a smile. Her brown eyes were filled with excitement. Wu Yin looked at Mikoto and recalled the image of the Ice Snow Princess. His lips also curled into a faint smile. Things are getting more and more interesting. Chuju helplessly face-bombed after seeing Wu Yin and Mikoto's reaction. Fei Fei smiled and said with a headache, "Two problem children." At this time, Bing Ling brought Bing Mian and the people from Sea of Dense Ice over. There are also people from the other 7 factions. Fei Fei frowned when she saw this. She wanted to say something, but Wu Yin stopped her. Wu Yin and Bing Ling looked at each other. After a while, Bing Ling said, "Since Princess Sylph has interfered, I will not interfere. I'm sure the others will do the same. Let's leave our duel for the student event." Wu Yin shrugged when he heard this. He looked at the people from the other factions and sighed. As expected, the words of a beautiful woman are so effective. They won't bother me anymore. Bing Ling continued. "Of course, a duel is a duel. I still want to ask you, do you want to join Sea of Dense Ice?" "Big brother." Bing Mian couldn't help but call out. Bing Ling glared at him, and he shut up. The other faction's leaders were shocked and started to get anxious. They recognized Wu Yan's strength. He can definitely be ranked in the top 10. Which faction wouldn't want such a person? The other faction's leaders wanted to extend an invitation, but Wu Yin beat them to it. Wu Yin looked at the leaders of the various factions, and he grinned. "I still stand by my words. If you can defeat me, I will join you." Wu Yan's words made the leaders realize that they can't just rely on their mouths. The other special students that followed him probably felt the same way as well. Thinking of this, the leaders didn't say anything. After all, Wu Yan's identity is no longer as simple as a new special student. None of them dared to look down on Wu Yan. Naturally, they wouldn't ignore his words. They exchanged some pleasantries and left. Only Wu Yin, Chuju, Mikoto, Feifei, and the people from Deadly Forest were left. Wu Yin looked at Feifei and said, Feifei, what is this school activity? Feifei pondered for a moment before saying, to put it simply, the academy will hold 3 activities every year to promote the progress of the students. As long as you participate in these activities and meet the requirements of the activities, you'll be able to receive rewards from the academy, such as academic credits or precious treasures. And this year, there is an activity called the school tournament. School tournament. Wu Yin, Hinajiku, and Mikoto looked at each other, and they all grinned. Chapter 329. A lively day at Spalier World Academy came to an end just like that. Students continuously walked out of the entrance of the arena tower. At this moment, the sky had already darkened slightly. People were walking in groups of 2 or 3 as they chatted enthusiastically about the events that had happened in the arena tower. Wu Yan's achievements alone are enough to make him the hottest topic in Spalier World Academy. Defeating all the challengers, defeating the second leader of Sea of Icicles, fighting with the first leader of Sea of Icicles, and finally, Princess Sylph, the strongest student in the academy. Of course, the most important thing was still the news of the new special student joining the faction. And now, the results were out. None of the forces had succeeded. However, there was another group of people who had a different opinion. They believed that with the current situation, the new special students would most likely join the Deadly Forest. After all, they have a good relationship with each other. In the end, the question of joining a faction got an answer that doesn't really count as an answer. But for Wu Yin, today's day was worth it. Not only did he get a lot of points, but he also got close to 300,000 academic credits. This is a sum of credits not inferior to the mission reward. That's why Wu Yan's smile didn't stop on the way back to his villa. It's already good enough that he got so many points in one day. However, when Wu Yin pushed open the door to his villa, he couldn't bring himself to smile. Instead, he was stunned. Big brother. It's not a surprise that someone is calling him Oni-chan. Flandre-chan has always been calling him Oni-chan. However, when she called him Oni-chan twice, he couldn't help but be surprised. Yes, twice. Needless to say, it's Flandre-chan. As for the other one, it's also someone he knows. She's wearing a white uniform with golden edges. She has long golden hair and a small figure. It's Liren. Liren. Hinajiku and Mikoto squealed in surprise. Liren, who hasn't been around for a long time, is now playing around with Flandre-chan in Wu Yan's villa. How can the two girls not be surprised? Chuju Jiejia. Mikoto Jiejia. Little Liren couldn't help but cheer as she threw herself into Hinajiku's embrace. She smiled happily as she rubbed her face against Hinajiku's small chest. It's obvious that little Liren also missed everyone quite a bit. Hinajiku stroked Liren's soft golden hair and couldn't help but smile. It's great to see you so energetic. Little Liren kept nodding her little head, revealing a big smile, telling everyone that she was living a good life, and also making everyone laugh. Looking at Flandre-chan's uniform, Wu Yin was a little surprised. He smiled and said, "Little girl, I didn't expect you to be a special student as well. Looks like you have a lot of potential. If Uncle Gray knew how much potential you have, he would be very happy." Liren puffed up her chest and said proudly, "Of course, Liren is also very strong." Feifei, Jiejia, and Lulu. Jiejia also said that Liren is very strong. Mikoto smiled and asked, "All right, Liren, where do you live now? Do you live alone?" Hinajiku also looked at Liren. Special students can get their own villa, and since Liren is a special student, she should get one as well. But to say that she lives alone, they don't believe it. After all, Liren isn't independent yet, and this isn't Academy City. As expected, Liren shook her head and said, "I live with Lulu, Jiejia, and Feifei Jiejia. I also joined Feifei, Jiejia, and Lulu, Jiejia's Deadly Forest, I see." Wu Yin and the others understood. Liren turned her head and looked behind Wu Yin, Mikoto, and Chuju. She looked around as if she was looking for something. Where's Sylph Jiejia? Why didn't she come back with everyone? Wu Yin, Chuju and Makoto were stunned when they heard Liren call her Sylph Jejia. Sylph Jejia? Wu Yin looked at Liren and asked, "Little girl, did you just say Sylph Jejia?" "Yes." Liren nodded when she heard Wu Yin. She tilted her head and asked, "Big brother, we don't know Sylph Jejia? Didn't Sylph Jejia help me look for you?" "Look for us." Wu Yin, Chuju, and Makoto looked at each other. Wu Yin took 2 steps forward and asked, "You said she was looking for us? Could it be that you sent Princess Sylph to us?" Liren nodded and smiled. "What? Big brother and big sister know Sylph Jejia? It seems like she really did help me look for you." "That's great." "Great? Not at all." Wu Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He finally understood why Princess Sylph, the strongest student in the group, would stop his duel with Bing Ling. It turned out that the culprit was this little Liline. Wu Yin looked at Liren helplessly. "Little girl, why did you ask Princess Sylph to look for us?" Hearing this, little Liline was stunned for a moment. She then said something that made everyone almost spit out their rice. "Huh, big brother, I thought you were being bullied?" Wu Yin couldn't help but roll his eyes as he looked at Flandre-chan in an annoyed manner. "Who told you I was being bullied?" Little Lin was stunned for a moment and raised her hand weakly. "That's what everyone said." "Everyone? It's everyone from the deadly forest." Liren lifted her head from Chuju's embrace and knocked on her head as if she was trying to recall something. "Everyone in Deadly Forest said that you're going to fight with a lot of people and you're going to be taught a lesson. That's why I asked Sister Sylph to help me get you guys back." Hearing Liren's words, Wu Yin lifted his head and looked at the ceiling. His face was filled with sadness. It's because of the people from Fatal Forest. It's not surprising that Fatal Forest thought that Wu Yan's challenge to all the major powers is a thankless task. In other words, they don't think Wu Yan's chances are very high. When their words reached Liren's ears, it became a matter of Wu Yan being bullied by others. The more he thought about it, the more Wu Yan believed it to be the case. His face turned green, red, purple, and white. In the end, all that was left was helplessness. In the past, there were so many special students with so many credits placed in front of me, but I didn't cherish them. It was only until I missed them that I realized that the culprit was actually someone from my own nest. Wu Yan pursed his lips and sighed. He looked at Liren weakly. "Then, little girl, how did you get to know Princess Sylph?" "Princess Sylph is the strongest student in Spalier World Academy. She's the princess of the Ailu Empire. With her strength and background, she should be the leader of the Ailu Empire's faction in Spalier World Academy. And how could such an extraordinary person know little Liren?" Furthermore, he was able to accept Liren's request. Hinajiku and Makoto also looked at Liren curiously. How did Liren manage to hook up with such an amazing person? Who knew? Under everyone's gaze, Liren blushed and stuttered. I got lost in the academy and accidentally walked into Sister Sylph's villa. That's how I got to know Sister Sylph." Wu Yin and the other 2 stumbled and fell to the ground. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As expected, Lolas are all heaven-defying existences. Chapter 330. Early in the morning, the door to one of the rooms in the villa slowly opened with a soft sound. Wu Yin walked out of his room and slowly walked down the stairs. As he walked, Wu Yin stretched and yawned. There was even a teardrop at the corner of his eye. It seems like Wu Yin didn't want to wake up this early. As an otaku, even though he's no longer an otaku, Wu Yin hasn't given up on the habit of sleeping in. It can be said that waking up this early can be described as a miracle for Wu Yin. As he slowly walked down the stairs, the living room of the villa appeared in front of Wu Yin. There, Chuju, Makoto, and Ikaros are sitting at a table with breakfast in their hands. Flandre-chan is sitting obediently on a chair with a piece of cake in her mouth. Oni-chan. The first one to notice Wu Yan's appearance is Flandre-chan. Flandre-chan was stunned for a moment before a smile bloomed on her face. She quickly stood up from her chair and shouted loudly before throwing herself at Wu Yan. Seeing Flandre-chan's 4 limbs spread out and throwing herself at him, Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't dare delay. His originally lazy footsteps quickened, and he reached out to catch Flandre-chan in his arms. Flandre-chan giggled and subconsciously rubbed her face against Wu Yan's chest. What she didn't know is that her mouth is full of cream. Wu Yan was shocked and quickly grabbed Flandre-chan's head to prevent her from being attacked by the cream. Looking at the slightly dissatisfied Flandre-chan, Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I say, Flandre-chan, your mouth is full of cream and you're still rubbing your face against my chest. You're so naughty. Flandre-chan touched the corner of her mouth and she giggled bashfully. Wu Yan chuckled and he pinched Flandre-chan's nose lovingly. Then, he wiped the corner of her mouth. After helping Flandre-chan tidy up, Wu Yan turned to look at Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros. What he saw made Wu Yan speechless. He saw Chuju and Mikoto staring at him like they've seen a ghost. Even Ikaros looked a little sluggish. Why are you girls looking at me like that? Being stared at with such weird looks, Wu Yan couldn't help but grumble. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and said in surprise, "Did you take the wrong medicine?" Wu Yan almost choked to death on his own saliva as he shouted out loud. "Why did you say that?" The two girls rolled their eyes at him. Chuju stood up and walked to Wu Yan's side. She sized up Wu Yan while circling around him. Her beautiful pink hair swayed around Wu Yan's body and a familiar scent wafted into Wu Yan's nose. It's just that at this time, Wu Yan wasn't in the mood to taste it. "Why are you up so early today? I thought you wouldn't wake up until the sun is high above your head." Wu Yan's mouth twitched, and he laughed dryly. "Are you exaggerating? Have I never woken up early before?" Hinajika paused, and her gem-like eyes stared straight into Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. She expressed her thoughts without saying a word. Wu Yan admitted defeat under Kaishisama's stare. If he wasn't carrying Flandre-chan, Wu Yan would have raised his hands and surrendered. "All right, I do have something to do today. I knew it." Chuja huffed and returned to Mikoto's side to continue munching on her breakfast. Mikoto propped one leg on top of her own thigh and crossed her legs. Originally, this action was supposed to ruin her image, but when it was done by Mikoto, it gave people a pleasing feeling. Looking at Wu Yan in confusion, Mikoto asked, "Yin, what's the matter that requires you to sacrifice your sleeping time?" Wu Yan carried Flandre-chan and sat down in front of the two girls. Ikaros immediately handed over a portion of breakfast and placed it in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. As if he's rewarding her, he reached out and patted her head. Ikaros couldn't help but squint her eyes. Her indigo pupils were filled with joy. She seems to like Wu Yan's reward. After that, Wu Yan picked up a serving of breakfast. He crushed a bit of it and fed it to Flandre-chan while telling Hinajiku and Mikoto what he had in mind. "I heard from Fei-Fei yesterday that the school's weekly auction will be held today. I'd like to go take a look." "Auction?" Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other. There's a similar expression in their eyes. It's a strange one. Hearing the word auction from Wu Yan's mouth, the two girls couldn't help but recall the auction they attended when they first left Butler Whirlwind's world. The two women didn't forget how torturous the auction was. Therefore, when they heard the words auction, the two women didn't want to go out at all. On the other hand, when Flandre-chan in Wu Yan's arms heard the word auction, her wine-red eyes lit up. It's filled with excitement. The only thing missing is the word, "I want to go." "Oni-chan, is the auction fun?" Flandre-chan tugged at Wu Yan's sleeve, looking at Wu Yan with an expectant gaze. Paired with her delicate face, she's indescribably cute. Resisting the urge to rub her cheeks, Wu Yan bitterly smiled. "Flandre-chan, the auction isn't for fun. Then what is it for?" "It's for buying things," Wu Yan said. Flandre-chan lost interest when she heard that it's not for fun. She said in a disappointed tone, "Then Flandre-chan should stay at home and play." "Stay at home and play?" Wu Yan looked at Flandre-chan in surprise. "Is there anything fun at home?" Flandre-chan put on a big smile and nodded heavily at the suggestion. "Yeah, Lillian-chan, come play with Flandre-chan later." "I see." Wu Yan rubbed Flandre-chan's head and looked at Mikoto and Chuju. "What about you two? Want to go?" The two girls shook their heads. "We'll pass." Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's just an auction. Is there a need to make such a big fuss?" Chuju and Mikoto realized that they've lost their composure and smiled awkwardly. Mikoto quickly changed the topic. Yin, are you going to the auction because you have something to sell? Wu Yin shook his head and smiled. No, it's the opposite this time. I'm going to bid for something. Hinajika couldn't help but be surprised. You're interested in otherworldly items too? I thought you were only interested in the items in the system. Wu Yin shrugged. Well, I guess you're right. There's a piece of equipment that I really want, but I don't have enough equipment points. So, I'm thinking of getting some armaments to exchange for equipment points, and at the same time, I can increase its power. Increase its power? Wu Yan's explanation obviously confused the two girls. Wu Yan chuckled when he saw their puzzled expressions. He didn't answer them, and instead, he opened up the system list and clicked on the equipment option. He dragged it out for a bit. Soon, a piece of special equipment appeared in front of the two girls' Gate of Babylon. Unique equipment. A sword in the shape of a key that connects to the Golden City. Able to connect to a treasure vault with its own space, the Golden City. Able to freely take out or store items from the Gate of Babylon. Also able to use the equipment in the Gate of Babylon like bullets for shooting and battle. The stronger the equipment in the Gate of Babylon, the more types of equipment, the higher the level of the Gate of Babylon, and the more powerful it is. Note, starting level is D rank. Maximum level is a rank. 500,000 equipment points. Chapter 331. Silveria World Institute's auction is only held once a week. Every time it's held, the items up for auction would be extremely rare items, such as rare armaments, battle techniques, and spells for Tier 7 warriors and mages, or even items that could be used to aid in cultivation. Due to the special nature of the Spalier World Academy, the resources transported from all over the Spalier world would appear at the auction every week. It could be said that the Spalier World Academy's auction was definitely one of the largest in the world. This wasn't surprising. If it wasn't for this kind of auction, it wouldn't have been able to attract the young masters and young ladies from the various factions. Therefore, on this day of the week, which was also the day of the auction, the popularity of the Arena Tower, the Trading District, and the Trading District, which were supposed to be the most popular places among the students, would decrease a lot. This was because the students would flock to the auction house. Therefore, on the way to the auction house, Wu Yin felt that the people around him were getting denser and denser. According to the information on the map, Wu Yin arrived at the auction house. When Wu Yin saw the auction house, Wu Yin couldn't help but feel a little shocked. This auction house was a little too big. Wu Yin estimated that the auction house in front of him was at least 10 times bigger than the one in the supply town. It was inconceivably big. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was only natural. After all, the Spalier World Academy had a total of 10 million students. Well, although most of the students didn't have enough credits, because they weren't doing well, they wouldn't come to the auction house. However, at the very least, the people from the 9 great powers wouldn't be lacking in credits. While Wu Yin was paying attention to the auction house in front of him, the students around him were paying attention to him. They were all looking at Wu Yin with faces full of surprise. Look, it's that newcomer. You still call him a newcomer? He's a powerhouse in the top 25. He even tied with the leader of the Sea of Icicles, who's ranked 9. That's right. If things had continued that day, he might have been the final winner. At the very least, he can be ranked in the top 10. I really don't know which force will benefit from such an expert in the end. That's right. If any force can get a top 10 ranker, then they'll really be rich. As the discussion progressed, the voices of the surrounding students grew louder and louder. In the end, even Wu Yin, who was paying attention to the construction of the auction house, could hear them. Wu Yin couldn't help but frown when he heard the noise. After hearing a part of it, Wu Yin felt helpless. Great, now he's really famous. However, it was too noisy. Looking at the auction house not far away, Wu Yin suddenly swayed. Under everyone's astonished gazes, his body gradually blurred until it disappeared. His body turned into an afterimage. Wu Yin used all kinds of unimaginable postures to force his way through the dense crowd and arrive at the entrance of the auction house. This also allowed Wu Yin to discover another use of the infinite martial refinement. It's just that it's a little speechless, just as Wu Yin was about to walk into the auction house, a familiar voice rang out. "Yin, you're here." Lulu appeared out of nowhere and arrived in front of Wu Yin. Her eyes were squinted into crescents, seemingly happy. Behind Lulu, Fei led a group of Fatal Forest students over. As she walked, she waved the night elf in her hand at Wu Yin, greeting Wu Yin. Wu Yin smiled and looked at Lulu and Fei. He then looked at the large group of supporters behind the two girls and said with amusement, "Yo, as expected of people with status and status." This show of extravagance, Lulu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her small hand fiercely slapped Wu Yin and pouted in dissatisfaction. Fei shook her head and jokingly said, "If you like, I can let you have fun." No need. Wu Yin hurriedly shook his head. "If you really let me have this show of extravagance, your supporters will tear me to pieces." Fei immediately retorted after hearing Wu Yan's words. "Tear you to pieces? Our deadly forest doesn't have that kind of ability. You're ranked 25th, and you're even able to tie with the ice spirit. Who else can do that?" Wu Yin immediately laughed embarrassedly. Lulu used her foot to pick up a small rock on the ground and unwillingly pulled on Wu Yan's sleeve. She pitifully wiped away the tears in her eyes. "You're really annoying. When we first met, you were still a weak barbarian. Now, you become so much stronger than me. Tell me, did you eat some kind of drug that turned you into a Superman?" Wu Yin sweated when he heard Lulu's words. Fei covered her mouth and chuckled. At this time, the three of them looked like friends who had been together for many years. They were happily chatting. Of course, while Wu Yin was happy, Fei and Lulu were happy. There were some people who were unhappy. These people were naturally the people from Fatal Forest. The female students were fine. They were all looking at the three of them enviously. They didn't know when they would be able to join the world of people at that level. The male students, on the other hand, were all envious and jealous. Their faces were twisted into one word, and that was jealousy. Girls like Fei and Lulu who had extraordinary looks and a powerful background. Which man wouldn't be tempted? The males in Fatal Forest even treated Fei and Lulu as their goddesses. Now, their goddesses were talking and laughing with another man. Their intimacy level was off the charts in front of them. If this wasn't the time to be jealous, when would it be? Of course, jealousy was considered good in Fatal Forest. There was one person who had resentment written all over his face. His eyes were fixed on Wu Yin, and he was almost on the verge of bursting into flames. This person was none other than Hughes. When he thought about how the commoner that he had looked down on had not only defeated him and won the favor of Fei and Lulu, but also became a super celebrity in the Spalier World Academy in the blink of an eye, Hughes had the urge to kill someone. However, no matter how much resentment he had or how much he struggled, he would never be able to catch Wu Yan's attention. While Wu Yin was chatting with Lulu and Fei, on the other side of the crowd, the students suddenly parted to the side and opened up a path. This attracted the attention of Wu Yin and the others. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Bing Ling and Bing Mian led the people from sea of dense ice out of the crowd and arrived at the entrance of the auction house. Bing Ling and Bing Mian also noticed Wu Yin, Fei, and Lulu. Bing Ling nodded at Wu Yin and the others as a form of greeting before walking into the auction house. After all, his relationship with Wu Yin wasn't exactly friendly. As for Bing Mian, he was in a much worse state. When he saw Wu Yin, his eyes turned cold and gloomy. After all, not only was he publicly slapped by Wu Yin that day in the arena, his ranking was also taken away from him. He had to put in a lot of effort before he was able to get his ranking back from a challenge. However, he was only ranked 28th this time. Bing Mian glared at Wu Yin and clicked his tongue before walking into the auction house. If one looked closely, they would notice that Bing Mian's face was a little pale and his steps were a little weak. Lulu couldn't help but make a face at Bing Mian. That guy is still so annoying. Fei nodded thoughtfully. Bing Mian is a very narrow-minded person. You humiliated him in front of everyone that day. I wonder if he's plotting something. Wu Yin smiled casually. His wine-red eyes turned slightly, and a golden light flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 332. After entering the auction house, Wu Yin realized that it was much more spacious than it looked from the outside. Unlike the auction house in the supply town, which had more and more seats, the Spalier World Academy's auction house was more like a stage. At the very front, there was a tall platform with a small table and wooden mallet that were used exclusively by auction houses. Opposite the platform, there were rows of seats. On the high walls on both sides, there were also seats that looked like VIPs. They were placed on the platform and hung there like balconies. Of course, the balcony seats on both sides of the high wall weren't VIP seats. The Spalier World Academy doesn't do that either. There were a total of 100 seats for the people who were ranked. Wu Yin, who was ranked 25th, was also qualified to use those seats. However, Wu Yin and Fei Fei didn't want to go up there. It's not that they didn't want to get special treatment. It's just that Lulu was still here. Lulu pulled Fei Fei and Wu Yan's sleeves with a pitiful look. Wu Yin and Fei Fei couldn't make up their minds to go up there and enjoy the seats. In the end, they could only follow the people from Deadly Forest and sit in the lower seats. Of course, even though the feng shui of the seats wasn't as good as the ones above, it wasn't bad either. Deadly Forest's name was quite famous in the Spalier World Academy. Therefore, Wu Yin, Fei Fei, and Lulu still managed to get to the front of the feng shui seats. On the left was Lulu, and on the right was Fei Fei. Wu Yin sat in the middle under everyone's envious, jealous, and hateful gazes. His expression was indescribably calm. If one were to describe their gazes of envy and jealousy as sharp arrows, then Wu Yan's skin would have been tempered by these arrows to the point that his bones would be as tough as steel. Compared to the girls of Tokuwadai who have turned black, he's just too weak. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Yin, Fei Fei, and Lulu chatted until the auction finally started. For some reason, the auctioneers in the Spalier world were always old men with white hair and a face full of wrinkles, not cute girls. However, the scale of the Spalier World Academy's auction was incomparable to the one in the supply town. It was just the beginning, but one treasure after another appeared in front of Wu Yin, leaving Wu Yin dumbfounded. For example, the rank 7 combat technique that was supposed to be the finale in the supply town was put up for auction right from the start. What made him speechless was that other than the normal and elite students, no one else participated in the bidding for the rank 7 combat technique. Another example would be the Volkswagen armaments that Wu Yin auctioned off as the finale item. Here, one after another, the staff in charge of setting up the items are casually tossing them onto the stage. Wu Yin couldn't bear to watch this any longer. Looking at the Volkswagen armament on the stage that was auctioned for 5,000 credits, Wu Yin glanced at the number 280,000 on his record card and calmly called out 10,000. Following Wu Yan's voice, the auction house that was getting rowdy due to the constant bidding suddenly quieted down. Not a single person dared to make sound. Wu Yin was a little surprised. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's going on? Perhaps seeing Wu Yan's confusion, Fei Fei smiled and said, "You are now a big celebrity in the academy. You have the strength to rank in the top 10. No one would risk offending you for a Volkswagen armament." When Fei Fei said that, Wu Yin understood. However, he still didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Well, the result was pretty good anyway. On the other side, Bing Mian slowly sat down at the seats reserved for the powerhouses. He looked at his elder brother who had stopped him when he was about to call out a price. Bing Mian grumbled in dissatisfaction. "That's right. Brother, why did you stop me?" Hearing this, the ice spirit snorted coldly and said rudely, "Are you stupid? Even if you have a grudge against Wu Yin, don't you think it's too low class to do something like that for a Volkswagen armament?" Bing Mian said unhappily, "Why not? With my credits, compared to that upstart, it's more than enough." Bing Ling couldn't help but laugh coldly. "Then they'll find a chance to slap you twice." The next day, the entire Silveria World Institute will be talking about how you, the second leader of the Sea of Icicles, got slapped for offending someone because of a common armament. Bing Ling said in a disappointed tone. Bing Mian was stunned and his face turned red. Bing Ling sighed and looked at Wu Yin. He said to Bing Mian, "If you don't like it, work hard and improve your strength. Go to the arena and get your revenge. Don't play dirty tricks all the time. You won't be able to achieve anything if you do that. Bing Mian trembled as he said, "Understood." Bing Mian was still very afraid of his big brother. As for whether Bing Mian listened to Bing Ling's words, only Bing Mian himself would know. With the passage of time, one item after another was brought up to the stage by the staff. Then, they were taken away by the students one by one. Wu Yin managed to get quite a number of armaments as well. However, they're all common grade armaments. Still, they are cheap, right? Spending a total of 100k credits, Wu Yin bought close to 20 mass armaments. Whenever an armament appears, Wu Yin would immediately bid on it, causing everyone to be puzzled. It was strange, wasn't it? He was clearly a peak rank 7 powerhouse, and his strength could be ranked in the top 10 of the school. If such a person wanted to bid, he would at least bid for the rare armaments, right? To the point that for some of the absolute powerhouses of the 7th level, competing for a gold armament was something that was absolutely possible. However, Wu Yin kept buying Volkswagen armaments. If it was 1 or 2, it could be pardoned. If it was 3 or 4, it could be explained. However, if it was 10 or 20, it was a little strange. At this moment, Wu Yin once again became the target of everyone's attention. Everyone looked at Wu Yin with doubtful, puzzled, or mocking gazes. However, they all looked like they didn't know what's going on. Even Fei Fei and Lulu weren't spared. Lulu couldn't help but feel puzzled. She elbowed Wu Yin and whispered, "Yin, why are you buying so many Volkswagen armaments?" "Don't tell me." Lulu revealed a shocked expression. She said in disbelief, "You formed an army to conquer Ilu Empire. Are you replenishing your troops now?" Wu Yan's hands trembled and his legs gave way. He almost fell to the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that he was sitting in his seat, Wu Yin would have died in front of everyone. Wu Yin lightly sighed and knocked Lulu's head. Lulu clutched her head. Wu Yin rolled his eyes at Lulu and said, "I really don't know what's in that head of yours. You can even think of such a reason." Lulu rubbed her head with tears in her eyes. She said timidly, "Then why are you buying so many Volkswagen armaments?" Fei Fei also revealed a curious expression. She looked at Wu Yin. Fei Fei thought she knew Wu Yin better than anyone else. She knew Wu Yin must have a reason for doing so. It's just that she couldn't figure it out. Wu Yin looked at the two women's different but similar expressions. He smiled and looked at another Volkswagen armament on the stage. He rubbed his chin and pretended to be serious. Maybe he's really collecting Volkswagen armaments to conquer Ilu Empire? Fei Fei and Lulu rolled their eyes at Wu Yin. Wu Yin laughed out loud. Chapter 333. As time passed, the atmosphere of the auction gradually reached its peak. One by one, the auction items were auctioned off. Towards the end, the quality of the auctioned items got higher and higher. At this time, the common armaments had already been auctioned off. Some of the more precious items were also placed on the table. Most of the people who participated in the auction at the beginning were ordinary and elite students. After all, a certain level of strength would be matched with certain items. Following the appearance of some rare treasures, these ordinary and elite students were completely reduced to spectators, with the exception of a few rich young masters. Of course, the appearance of the rare items was accompanied by armaments. When the rare armament was put on the table, Wu Yan's spirit was lifted. If the common armaments were used to exchange points for the system, then the rare armament would be used by Wu Yan to replenish his Gate of Babylon. Anyone who had seen Fate would know how powerful Kai Bao of Wong was. It had almost become Gilgamesh's signature. With Kai Bao of Wong, Gilgamesh was able to become the best of the best among the heroic spirits. If it wasn't for the Gate of Babylon, with Gilgamesh's ability points, he would only be his second-rate heroic spirit. At most, he would be able to use his EEA and use his ultimate skills. That's it. Of course, that was because there were so many noble artifacts in the Gate of Babylon for him to use. If the Gate of Babylon was empty, then this awesome noble artifact would be useless. At most, it could be used as an infinitely large spatial item. Wu Yin was facing such a situation. Gate of Babylon. Unique equipment. A sword in the shape of a key that connects to the Golden City. It can be connected to a treasure vault that has its own space, which is the Golden City. It can be used to take out or store items from the treasure vault. It can also be used to shoot and fight like bullets. The stronger the equipment in the Gate of Babylon is, the more powerful the Gate of Babylon is. The stronger the equipment in the Gate of Babylon is, the more powerful the Gate of Babylon is. Note, the starting level is rank D, the highest level it can reach, 500,000 equipment points. In the equipment interface, the introduction of the Gate of Babylon was very clear. The stronger the equipment in the Gate of Babylon, the more types there were, the higher the level of the Gate of Babylon, and the more powerful it would be. Without the equipment, the Gate of Babylon would at most be a D-rank equipment. When Wu Yin chose the Gate of Babylon, he hesitated. If he chose the Gate of Babylon, it would mean that he would have to start raising a big boss. He would have to rack his brains every day to obtain armaments and equipment to increase the power of the Gate of Babylon. Otherwise, a special equipment would have to be left unused. However, when Wu Yin saw the number of zeros behind the legendary armament, he decided to exchange for the Gate of Babylon. At least, it would be more practical to replenish the equipment of the Gate of Babylon than to earn so many equipment points. Even though it would take a lot of time and money to upgrade the Gate of Babylon to the level of Golden Sparkle in the original Fate book, it would take some time and money. Indeed, it would take a lot of money. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes stared at the rare armament on the stage. He heard the auctioneer say, 45,000 going once, 45,000 going twice. The corner of his mouth twitched. He had no choice but to bid 50,000. Only then did he win the rare armament. The number on the record card in his hand has changed from 280,000 half an hour ago to 130,000 now. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel emotional. He thought he was already considered a tycoon. Who would have thought that he would be able to accept reality in half an hour? This made Wu Yin very sad. When Wu Yin accidentally glanced at the record card in Fei Fei's hand that showed 100,000, Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. He felt even sadder. Of course, Wu Yan's credits aren't small either. At the very least, he squandered 150,000 credits. In the eyes of the normal, elite, and most of the special students, he's already a tycoon. It's just that, compared to Lulu and Fei Fei, who came from big factions, he can't compare to them. Plus, no matter how many credits he has, if he squanders like this, it's only a matter of time before he runs out of credits. Fortunately, rare armaments were only considered to be of a higher grade in the Spalier World Academy, where the resources from all over the Spalier world were gathered. Moreover, there were countless descendants of powerful families and super geniuses in the Spalier World Academy. Otherwise, with Wu Yan's credits, this rare armament would have been his limit. In the Spalier World Academy, there were no less than 1,000 special students. Among them, less than 100 were special students with potential. The rest were all strong. They were all Tier 7. As for the Tier 7 special students, which one of them didn't have a rare armament? As a result, the value of rare armaments in the Spalier World Academy decreased by a lot. If it appeared outside of the Spalier World Academy, it would be sold at a sky-high price in a city. Therefore, in the Spalier World Academy, expensive things became cheap, cheap things became expensive, and even more expensive things became unimaginable. This kind of situation appeared very quickly. When Wu Yin used his last 130,000 credits to bid for the two rare armaments, the staff members who were moving the auction items all disappeared. There were no more auction items. Just like before, they were placed on the stage one after another. Instead, a white-haired old man walked out from behind the curtain. In his hand, he was holding a box. On the side, Fei Fei and Lulu's eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at the box in the old man's hand, their expressions became serious. Even their backs straightened a lot. It was as if something incredible was about to appear. Not only Fei Fei and Lulu, but we also sensed that many people in the auction house were shocked when they saw the box in the old man's hand. They were all ready to go. Their bodies were tense, and they didn't even dare to say a word. And this group of people like Fei Fei and Lulu were all people of great power in the Spalier World Academy. Following the appearance of the box, The air was filled with the aura of a coming storm. Many people's faces were filled with eagerness and impatience. Their eyes were filled with greed as they looked at the box. Seeing this situation, Wu Yin couldn't help but frown. Looking at Fei Fei and Lulu, who were also like this, his frown deepened. His eyebrows even raised. He was extremely surprised. At that moment, Wu Yin couldn't help but ask, "Fei Fei, Lulu, what's wrong with you two?" After saying that, Wu Yin looked at the box in the old man's hand and asked with a little doubt, "Is there something strange about that box?" Hearing Wu Yan's words, Fei Fei smiled and said solemnly, "Of course there's nothing wrong with that box. The problem is the thing inside the box." "The thing inside the box?" "That's right." Fei Fei nodded and exchanged glances with Lulu. Then she looked around at the people in the auction house, especially those in the special seats on both sides. Fei Fei's gaze stopped on them for a while. Then she said word by word, "The thing inside the box should be the final item of this auction. It's also the main reason why we're here today." Hearing this, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes looked at the box that had been placed on the stage. However, what Fei Fei said next made his eyes shrink. "That's a gold armament." Chapter 334. Wu Yin is no stranger to gold armament. After all, he has a gold armament in his space ring. Ikaros and Flanderchan also have gold armaments. His own meteor shower, Ikaros's Uranus system, Flanderchan's Leviton, all of them were X, or gold-tier armaments. Logically speaking, for Wu Yin, the shock that the gold armament can bring to him shouldn't be that big. After all, he has one on him. Why should he act like he can't handle it? That's how it is. The words gold armament had already spread throughout the entire auction house. Needless to say, the normal and elite students were drooling over it. As for the special students and the people from the major powers, they all looked at the box on the stage with burning eyes. This proved how attractive the gold armament was to them. It's only natural. Rare armaments are considered rare treasures in the Spalier world. However, due to the Academy's special nature, rare armaments aren't that rare. At the very least, the special students all have one. However, the gold armament is different. At the very least, none of the special students have a gold armament. According to the Spalier world's unspoken rules, gold armament is something that only those at the 9th stage can wear. One can only imagine how attractive a gold armament that only those at the 9th stage can wear would be to these special students. Wu Yin, on the other hand, is the calmest one out of everyone. Of course, the reason why she said she was calm is because Wu Yan's performance wasn't as joyful as the other students. However, her wine-red eyes couldn't help but show a fervent emotion. As long as he thought of the box on the stage, there was an armament of the same grade as the Meteor Knight, the Uranus system, and the Leviton. This trace of eagerness couldn't be extinguished no matter what. It's obvious that the gold armament isn't as attractive to Wu Yin as the other students, but it's still not small. After all, he used Meteor Shower to intimidate Alistair, Iwa, S, and Archangel Divinity. He even used Meteor Shower to insta-kill Kakin Taidaku, who was stronger than himself at that time. Ikaros even used the Uranus system to grind 3 people of the same tier, who were just a notch weaker than him, into pieces. From this, it can be seen that even though there's only a difference of 1 level between a gold armament and a rare armament, the difference is like heaven and earth. Just the power displayed by the gold armament is enough to make Wu Yin envious. After all, he came here today for the armament, didn't he? However, the eagerness quickly disappeared. What was left was a deep sense of depression. That was because the number displayed on his record card was already a crimson 0. Wu Yin couldn't help but sigh. It seems like he's not fated to get the gold armament. He can only be a bystander this time. Well, it's not like he doesn't have a gold armament. With the system, he'll never lack anything. The only thing he lacks is points. As long as he has points, nothing will be a problem. With that thought, Wu Yin felt relieved. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked around. The depression he felt earlier has turned into a playful mood. Following the appearance of the gold armament, figures that weren't originally there appeared in every corner of the auction house. It's obvious that they're here for the armament. From the aura they're emitting, Wu Yin can tell that they're not any weaker than Princess Sylph. In fact, they're a lot stronger. Rank 8 powerhouses. Wu Yin's wine-red eyes narrowed. He rubbed his chin and thought. Since Princess Sylph is the strongest student in the Spalier World Academy, then these figures who are a lot stronger than her should be the teachers of the academy. The attractiveness of the gold armament was indeed huge. Even these arrogant teachers were attracted to it. This time around, things were going to be interesting. Little did he know that in the eyes of others, Wu Yin is the most interesting one. Fei Fei has been observing Wu Yin. She saw the shock on Wu Yan's face when he first heard about the gold armament. Then, he looked a little depressed when he looked at the record card. Now, he's looking around with a playful expression. Everything was captured by Fei Fei. Looking at the playful expression on Wu Yan's face, Fei Fei felt a little strange. She knew how tempting a gold armament is to a greedy person. It's something that even a rank 9 would want. Wu Yin, on the other hand, had such an expression when he heard about the gold armament. It's as if the item on the stage isn't a gold armament, but a rare one. Fei Fei, of course, didn't know that Wu Yin was being so carefree because he knew he had no fate with the armament. At this time, Fei Fei also noticed the sudden appearance of the figures. She frowned and scanned them with her beautiful eyes. It's as if she's trying to recognize them. So the teachers from the academy are here too. Hearing this, Wu Yin turned around and looked at the night elf in Fei Fei's hand. With a smile that isn't a smile, he said, "Fei Fei, do you also want the gold armament?" Fei Fei couldn't help but smile. She raised the night elf in her hand and said indifferently, "I have this, it's enough." After saying this, Fei Fei looked at the other side of Wu Yin and said with a strange expression, "There's someone else who wants the gold armament." Wu Yin scratched his face in confusion and looked in the direction of Fei Fei's gaze. With this look, his face fell and finally, it became the word embarrassed. "I really want it. I really want it," Lulu muttered as if she's crazy. Her hands were clasped in front of her chest, and her eyes were filled with twinkling stars. She looked like a little girl chasing after her idol. The reason is naturally because the gold armament is a magic staff specially used by magicians. When the gold magic staff appeared in front of everyone, the warriors were disappointed, while the mage's eyes were burning with fire. They held the record cards in their hands tightly, and their faces were filled with impatience. Thus, the next round of competition began just like that. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 500,000, 700,000. When the words 700,000 rang out in the auction house, the entire auction house went silent for a moment. Then, an endless stream of bids began. However, this time, the increment wasn't as high as 100,000. Hearing that the price had risen to 750,000 credits, Wu Yan's mouth twitched. When he heard Lulu shout, 800,000, Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. A bunch of rich people. However, when Wu Yin thought of this, a cold voice rang out and caused him to lose his calm again. 1,000,000. An ice-cold voice that sounded like the sounds of nature gently reverberated throughout the auction house, causing everyone to be stunned. The students who recognized this voice narrowed their eyes and quickly looked towards the entrance of the auction house. It's Sylph. At this moment, Sylph is more like a queen than a princess. She stood at the entrance as if she's the only person left in the world. She made a dazzling entrance. With Sylph's entrance, the students' voices quieted down. They were intimidated by Sylph's presence. The title strongest student is not a joke. Of course, this is only true for the students. 1,200,000. A voice rang out from one of the figures in the middle of the auction house. Sylph glanced at that person and opened her mouth. 2,000,000. Chapter 335. Woo-woo. Why can't it be me? Listening to Lulu repeating herself over 100 times in 10 minutes, Wu Yin and Fei Fei looked at each other helplessly. Wu Yin recalled the auction that ended up being a solo act for Sylph. Wu Yin lamented inwardly. He lamented the fact that the cameo didn't have a asterisk. Since Sylph's appearance at the auction house, all the students have been reduced to spectators. Even the people from the major factions have been reduced to spectators. Only the shameless teachers were left. They shamelessly competed with Sylph for the gold armament, but in the end, they didn't manage to get it. The students who were reduced to spectators felt a lot better now. After all, there have been a couple of auctions in the Spalier World Academy in the past, but they were all taken by the teachers. That's why the regret in the students' hearts lessened a lot when Sylph came to receive the golden armament. This made the teachers feel quite gloomy. As for how many credits Sylph spent to buy the gold armament, Wuyin didn't want to overload his heart again, so he forgot about it. Of course, for those who didn't know about Wu Yan's perfect memory ability, they can treat it as if it was real. Wu Yan's perfect memory ability has been merged with infinite arms refinement. However, merging with infinite arms refinement doesn't mean it's gone. Wu Yan still has perfect memory. Wu, why can't it be me? Wu Yan couldn't take it anymore after hearing Lulu's words for the nth time. Fatal Forest members were shocked, and Hughes's face was ashen. Wu Yan reached out and pinched Lulu's cheeks. Can't you stop for a moment? Don't you know you're putting a lot of pressure on me? You. Lulu cried out in pain. Her words couldn't be heard clearly due to Wu Yan pinching her cheeks and pulling them outwards. She could only make you sounds. She waved her hands around and tears welled up in her eyes. Wu Yan almost died from how cute she is. Seeing Lulu being punished by Wu Yan, Fei felt a bit good, but at the same time, she couldn't bear to see this happen. She quickly came to Wu Yan's side, and she grabbed his hands. All right. Yan, Lulu already knows that she's wrong. Just forgive her. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He looked at Lulu's cheeks that he had pulled so hard that he couldn't see her face clearly. He complained in his heart. How do you know she knows she's wrong? She can't even speak clearly. Perhaps because she heard Fei's voice, Lulu seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw. She stretched out a hand towards Fei and looked pitifully at Fei, as if saying, Sister Fei, hurry up and save me. Fei couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. She could only helplessly beg for mercy on Lulu's behalf. While Wu Yan, Lulu, and Fei were messing around, a member of Lethal Forest suddenly came to Fei's side. He said to Fei, Lady Fei, something happened. Wu Yan, Lulu, and Fei stopped what they were doing. Fei frowned and straightened her back. The aura of a leader emanated from Fei's body. What happened? The member of Lethal Forest glanced at Wu Yan and said respectfully, Sea of Icicles, Crimson Land, and other factions just ran to the villa. Their target seems to be the new special students. What? Before Fei could react, Wu Yan was shocked. He quickly asked, New special students? Are they the ones who were with me? Yes. That member of Lethal Forest, including everyone else, felt as if a heavy mountain suddenly fell on them. Their chests felt heavy, and their faces turned pale. They looked at Wu Yan in horror. A majestic and abnormally powerful aura emanated from Wu Yan's body and enveloped everyone. Wu Yan's face was terrifyingly dark. His wine-red eyes were filled with a murderous aura that seemed to contain the entire sea of blood. Everyone, except for Fei, bent down and broke out in cold sweat. Fei supported the pale Lulu. Her expression changed, and she quickly grabbed Wu Yan's hand. Yan, don't be angry. There won't be any casualties in the Spalier World Academy as long as they don't pass the application. Chuju and the others will be fine. Calm down first. Wu Yan glanced at Fei coldly. When he saw the pale Lulu beside Fei, he took a few deep breaths and gradually withdrew the murderous aura in his chest. It was not until a certain moment that the pale faces of Lulu and the members of Lethal Forest regained some color. Lulu patted her chest in fear, and one of her hands involuntarily pulled Wu Yan's sleeve. Yan, you were so scary just now. Wu Yan smiled bitterly and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Lulu. Before Wu Yan could finish, Lulu shook her head and tightened her grip on Wu Yan's sleeve. She said happily, There's nothing to apologize for. In fact, I'm happy to see you so worried about the people around you." Wu Yin was stunned. He smiled and rubbed Lulu's head. He didn't expect Lulu to be so considerate. Wu Yin turned to Fei Fei. "Fei Fei, I'll go back and check on the situation first." Fei Fei thought for a moment and was about to nod when the member from Lethal Forest said, "The people at the mansion should be gone by now. When I arrived, Miss Chuju, Miss Mikoto, and Miss Ikaros were already heading towards the arena tower with the other factions." "I see." Wu Yin sighed in relief. He smiled, or rather, he's taking pleasure in their misfortune. He can roughly guess what happened. It must be those factions that ran into trouble on my side and knew that they won't be able to get anything out of me. So they went straight for Hinajiku and the others. Maybe, in their eyes, Hinajiku and Mikoto are under my protection, so they didn't go after them before. What they don't know is that the scariest one in their group isn't themselves, it's those idiots. That day, Sylph clearly acknowledged Mikoto in front of everyone, yet they still dared to come knocking on her door. Are they really that stupid, or are they just pretending? Wu Yin doesn't know the answer to that. Wu Yin only knows that these people are in for a bad time. Fei Fei and Lulu are also aware of Mikoto's strength, so when they heard that Hinajiku, Mikoto, and the others are going to the arena tower, they couldn't help but sigh in relief. The two girls exchanged a strange look. They haven't known Chuju and the other for long, but Fei Fei and Lulu are confident that they understand the two girls quite well. That includes Mikoto's passion for battle. Those factions who think they can take advantage of the situation are going to be in for a treat. Wu Yin turned to the member who reported. "What about Fran? Did she go with them as well?" Miss Fran wasn't there. She spent the whole day playing with Miss Liren in the headquarters. The reporting student had a bitter look on his face when he said that. It's like he's reminiscing about something unbearable. Wu Yin couldn't help but chuckle. It seems like Fran and Liren had a lot of fun in the headquarters. That's good too. If Flander-chan went with them, she might want to play with them. When that happens, her powers will be sealed and she'll be dead the moment she goes up on stage. However, those shameless bastards wouldn't go as far as to fight with a child. Plus, Flander-chan can't go up to the 5th floor of the arena tower. Fei Fei walked up to Wu Yin and whispered, "Want to take a look?" "Of course." Wu Yin smiled, but his eyes were indifferent. It's hard to tell what he's thinking. Chapter 336. When Wu Yin and Fei Fei arrived at the 5th floor of the arena tower, the scene that greeted them made their anxious faces freeze. They couldn't keep their cool anymore. Hinajiku and Ikaros are standing below an arena, leisurely strolling around. Mikoto is standing at the center of the arena, her body still emitting electric sparks. At her feet, there's a special student twitching and foaming at the mouth. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. He forced a smile on his face. Why does he feel like he's seen this somewhere before? No, he should say that he's seen this somewhere before. Those delinquents in Academy City, Sea of Icicles, Crimson Land, and the other 6 factions were all standing below the stage. Their faces were blank, and there was a trace of daze in their eyes. It was as if they had suffered a blow. Beside them, there were a few students they were taking care of. Their bodies were twitching just like the person on the stage. Bing Ling, Bai Shi, and the other leaders of the major forces looked as if they had just eaten a dead fly. Their faces were ashen, and at the same time, there was a trace of bitterness on their faces. It was obvious that these leaders weren't feeling very good at the moment. This was only natural. He came to the other party's territory aggressively and expressed his intentions. Then, he came to the Tower of Arena with great confidence. In the end, he fell to the ground in a daze. Such a tragic event was common in novels and movies. It could even be said to be melodramatic. However, when it really happened to them, they finally understood the sorrow of being a minor character. And it was twice the referee who's playing the role of a bystander came up and announced, "The opponent has lost the ability to fight. The winner is student Misaka Mikoto." Since the loser's ranking is higher than the winner's, student Misaka Mikoto will be the loser's ranking. I hereby announce that the new special student, Misaka Mikoto, is ranked 4th in the rankings. The audience couldn't help but applaud when they heard the referee's announcement. The major factions, on the other hand, had an extremely bitter expression on their faces. Wu Yin, Lulu, and Fei Fei couldn't keep their cool anymore. It's only been a while, and Mikoto is ranked 4th. Wu Yin and Fei Fei couldn't help but look at each other. Especially Wu Yin, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is great. In just a short while, Mikoto's ranking shot up to the top 10 like a rocket. How can Wu Yin, who fought so hard to get into the top 30, endure this? If Wu Yan's memory serves him right, the special student lying under Mikoto's feet should be one of the leaders of the 9 factions. Mikoto took down the leader of one of the major factions, and the audience applauded fearlessly. Should I say, as a pretty girl, Mikoto is showing off her privileges? Thus, Wu Yin started to complain. For the first time in his life, he started to complain about the girls around him. Why are they so strong? Mikoto is strong. Ikaros is strong. Chuju is strong too. Even Shoko Misaki and the others are strong too. Next time, should I summon a few soft girls? With that in mind, Wu Yin walked up to Chuju and Ikaros. He looked at Mikoto, who was stroking her bangs, and sighed. It's because of this sigh that Chuju and Ikaros noticed Wu Yan's arrival. Wu Yan's heart was hurt. Master, Ikaros always looked like she's following Wu Yan's lead. When she saw Wu Yan, her indigo eyes rippled, and she walked up to him. Yin, you're here. Chuju giggled, giving Wu Yan the urge to give her a good spanking. Wu Yan could only helplessly raise his hand. Are you guys okay? Chuju rolled her eyes and rudely said, Which eye of yours saw that we're not okay? It's clearly those people who are not okay. Wu Yan's face twitched. He said embarrassedly, You're right. Fei Fei also came to Chuju's side. She looked at Mikoto, who's covered in electricity. Fei Fei's hands trembled a little. Her sharp intuition told her that the electricity on Mikoto's body is very strong. Mikoto is also very strong right now. Even if she went up and got hit by the electricity, she wouldn't have a good ending either. This feeling didn't make Fei Fei depressed. Instead, the battle intent in her heart started to surge. Her eyes shone brightly, and she gripped Night Elf tightly. It's obvious that Fei Fei's battle intent has been stimulated by Mikoto. After all, Mikoto is currently 4th and Fei Fei is 5th. However, at this time, Mikoto didn't pay attention to Fei Fei or Wu Yan. It's not that she didn't know that Wu Yan and the rest are here. It's just that the teleportation formation on the 5th floor suddenly flashed with light, attracting everyone's attention. Under everyone's gazes, 3 figures walked out of the teleportation array one after another. At the same time, special students walked out of the teleportation array one after another. With these 3 leading the way, they walked towards the arena. Seeing these people, everyone was stunned. The people from the 9 major factions all tensed up as if they saw something incredible. Among these people, Wu Yin was naturally included. There weren't many people walking out from the teleportation formation, but there weren't few either. The aura that was faintly emitted from their bodies was much stronger than most of the people here, especially the 3 in the lead. Almost everyone in the Spalier World Academy knows who these 3 are. They looked at each other because they recognized them. Other than Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros, there's also Wu Yin. Wu Yin doesn't know who these people are, but there's one person he knows. Even though he's only seen her twice, the impression she gave him isn't something he'll forget easily. That person is Princess Sylph. The identity of the special students behind Princess Sylph and the 2 special students who were walking at the head of the group was obvious. One of the 3 royal factions of the Spalier World Academy, the leader of the 3 royal factions, the Prince of Faya Empire, Kaya Barba. Kaya Barba. One of the 3 royal factions of the Spalier World Academy, the leader of the Beast Tide, the Prince of Barba Empire, Jafar Barba. Barba. Lastly, one of the 3 royal factions of the Spalier World Academy, Snow Song, the leader of Snow Song, the Princess of Ilu Empire, Sylph Barba. Ilu. Silveria World Institute, the last 3 strongest factions among the 12 strongest factions, finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The moment they appeared, other than Wu Yin, Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros. Everyone else recognized them. That's why they're so surprised. Wu Yin, Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Ikaros didn't know the identity of the intruder, but in their eyes, the information of the intruder appeared. Sylph, Ilu, level 72 Kaya, Fea, level 70 Jaffer, Barba, level 70, 3-tier, 8 powerhouses. They're the 3 strongest students of the Spalier World Academy, the top 3 super powerhouses. Fei Fei, the leader of Deadly Forest, ranked 5th, Bing Ling, the leader of Sea of Icicles, ranked 9th by Shi, the leader of Crimson Land, ranked 10th, the leaders of the 6 factions, ranked 6th, 7th, and 8th, as well as Mikoto, who just took 4th place. Mikoto, who was standing in the arena, ranked 4th. The top 10 students of the Spalier World Academy are all here. Chapter 337. The gathering of the top 10 students of Silveria World Institute ignited the passion of every student on the 5th floor of the arena tower. The place where the 10 students gathered became the center of attention of every student on the 5th floor. The students stared at the top 10 with burning eyes. They couldn't help but wonder when they would be able to become the center of attention like them. Even Wu Yin couldn't help but feel a flame ignite in his chest. His eyes flashed with intense light, and the corner of his mouth curled into an intriguing arc. However, Wu Yin's target isn't the top 10 rankers like the other students. It's the top 3 rankers. Sylph, Ka, Jaffer. These are the 3 strongest students in the academy. They're also Wu Yin's biggest obstacle to his mission. Sylph, Ka, and Jaffer arrived at the front of the arena and looked at Mikoto with different expressions on their faces. Jaffer, the tallest of the 3, sized up Mikoto from head to toe. Then he clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. Like a beast, a clanging sound came out of his mouth. What is this? I was wondering what kind of person Sylph would approve of. So it's just a little girl. Mikoto turned her attention to Jaffer. A dangerous glint flashed across her eyes as she looked at Jaffer. Who are you calling a little girl? Jaffer glanced at Mikoto with a mocking smile. He was about to say something, but was interrupted by Ka on the side. Your Highness Jaffer, don't be so full of yourself. Ka smirked at Jaffer and pointed at Sylph with his lips. Or else, you might make someone unhappy. Jaffer's expression darkened. He looked at Sylph with a hint of fear and unwillingness. He snorted coldly and turned his head away. He didn't continue the topic of little girl. Kaya laughed lightly and turned to look at Mikoto. Unlike Jaffer, Kaya also sized Mikoto up before sighing. Miss, although you're a woman, you should be younger than me. To be able to become a Type 8 expert at such a young age, you must be much stronger than Kaya. Everyone present, except for Wu Yin, Chuju, Ikaros, Fei Fei, and Lu, had a change in expression. Even the major factions that lost to Mikoto had the same expression. Countless people looked at Mikoto in shock. They looked at the young girl who exuded a youthful aura. She's long been devoured to the bone, with disbelief. She's a Tier 8 powerhouse. Some people secretly pinched their own buttocks or cheeks. The pain quickly entered their senses, letting them know that they were not dreaming or hearing things. That little girl who looks like she's not even 18 years old is really a Tier 8 powerhouse. The students started getting excited. The major factions that lost to Mikoto, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief. Losing to a Tier 8 powerhouse isn't something to be ashamed of, right? Especially the leader of a large faction who was defeated by Mikoto. He let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of people saying that he lost to a Tier 8 fighter, but he was afraid of people saying that he lost to an underage brat. Mikoto felt a little uncomfortable with the reactions of the students. She thought it was too exaggerated. Accelerator isn't much older than her, but he's terrifyingly strong. Flander-chan, on the other hand, looks less than 10 years old, but she's already a Tier 9 powerhouse. Compared to these people, she really isn't that strong. Ikaros and Astria are also stronger than her. That's why Mikoto has always been dissatisfied with her own strength. She doesn't think she's that strong, at least for now. If Wu Yin were to find out about this, he would definitely fall head first onto the floor and then sigh at the sky. Isn't it a little too unfair to compare your 2D world with Silveria? If that's the case, then wouldn't the two Lolitas from Type Moon be able to crush everyone in the world with their strength? Mikoto shook her head. There are plenty of people who are stronger than me. Who knows how many are more talented than me? You think too highly of me. Ka chuckled. It's obvious he's treating Mikoto's words as mere pleasantries. Ka didn't correct her. Instead, he changed his tone. Miss, with your strength, it's beneath you to be a normal student. Ka, allow me to boldly extend an invitation to you. I wonder if you're interested in joining my organization, Lei Feng? Following Kaya's invitation to Mikoto, the students on the 5th floor all quieted down. They all held their breaths and stared at Mikoto with wide eyes. They wanted to know which faction the 4th rank 8th student of the academy would end up joining. If Mikoto joins Lei Feng, the ranking of the factions in the academy will change. Lei Feng will be above the other 2 factions. The other 9 factions, including Fei Fei, didn't want Mikoto to join Lei Feng. If possible, they didn't want her to join Lei Feng. After all, the 9 factions, along with Snow Song, Lei Feng, and Beast Tide, are the top 12 factions. But in terms of strength, they can't compare to the 3. It was because the Snow Song Imperial family, the Imperial family, and the Beast Tide all had 8-stage experts holding down the fort, yet they didn't. Of course, there are those who covet Mikoto. As long as Mikoto joins their faction, they'll instantly become a faction on par with the 3 royal factions. But the scene of Mikoto electrocuting the original 4th was still fresh in their minds. So they didn't dare to use any forceful methods. They only hoped that Mikoto wouldn't accept Ka's invitation. That's to give them some hope. Mikoto didn't disappoint. She shook her head and crossed her arms in front of her chest. I'm sorry, I don't have any intention of joining any faction yet. Ka shook his head in disappointment. But he still said in a carefree manner, if that's the case, Ka won't force you. I only hope that if Miss wants to join any faction in the future, you can consider joining Lei Feng. I'll always welcome you. Mikoto nodded with a smile. On the side, Jaffor sighed in relief. If that little girl were to be recruited by Ka, then it'd be a headache for him. Due to his previous preconceived notions, he couldn't invite her now. Plus, it didn't look like she was going to join any faction. Jaffor didn't say anything to prevent himself from being snubbed. At this time, the silent sylph walked up. Her icy blue eyes glanced at Ikaros before looking at Mikoto. Her expression was cold as she said something that caused everyone's expression to change. Do you accept my challenge? Hearing this, Mikoto was stunned for a moment. Then, a touch of excitement rushed into her eyes and face. A flash of blue and white electricity faintly flashed through her eyes. You want to fight me? Sylph nodded under everyone's gaze. Her cold voice continued to echo in the room. If you lose, you'll join Snow's song. Kaya and Jaffer cursed in their hearts. Even the people from the major factions started to panic. Mikoto's lips curled into an amused smile as she said loudly, All right, it's decided then. The crowd went into an uproar. Wu Yin and Hinagika looked at each other. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, they sighed as if they expected better from him. When would this last stop being so competitive? Chapter 338. Mikoto's smile got brighter and brighter as Sylph walked towards the arena. Her tea-colored eyes were filled with eagerness. It's clear how happy she is right now. Only the heavens know how competitive this brat is. She's a violent brat. At this moment, the excited Mikoto and the cold Sylph stood opposite each other, forming a stark contrast. However, no one dared to underestimate this battle. A battle between two Tier 8 powerhouses. It's been a long time since something like this happened in the Spalier world. After all, the normal students are only allowed to move up to the 5th floor. The 6th floor is where the strongest students are allowed to move. Perhaps the 3 level 8 students had fought many times on the 6th level, but this wasn't something that the students on the 6th level and below would know. That's why a battle between Tier 8 powerhouses hasn't happened in a long time. Some of the newer students haven't even seen a battle between Tier 8 powerhouses. After all, Only those ranked in the top 10 could ascend to the 6th floor of the Tower of Arena. The floor masters of the 1st to 3rd floors correspond to the beginning, middle, and high stages of Tier 6. The 4th floor is the beginning of Tier 7, and the 5th floor is the peak of Tier 7. One can only imagine how many people in the entire Spalier World Academy can pass the 5th floor. As for the strength of the 6th floor's floor master, no one knew. Perhaps the top 10 students who had already reached the 6th floor knew, but they all kept their mouths shut. Information about the 6th floor's floor master was even more secretive than national secrets. That's why only those who can pass the 5th floor and reach the 6th floor could be considered the strongest in the Spalier World Academy. Everyone now knew that there was a new student who had just risen to 4th place and was able to enter the 6th level. However, they didn't know that not long after, there would be another student who wasn't in the top 10 who would pass the 5th level. Fei looked at the beautiful girls in the arena. She looked at Makoto and asked Wu Yin worriedly, "Yin, aren't you going to stop them?" Wu Yin shrugged and chuckled. "Why should I stop them?" Fei lowered her head. After a while, she said, "Princess Sylph is very strong." Wu Yin chuckled when he heard Fei. "Makoto is also very strong." Fei sighed. Chuju couldn't help but say, "Fei, don't worry. Princess Sylph is here to invite Makoto to join her faction. She won't hurt Makoto. Makoto will know when to stop." Towards the end of her sentence, Hinajiku's expression became a bit unnatural. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. To be able to say that Makoto knows her limits and only have an unnatural expression on her face, Hinajiku, is pretty amazing. Wu Yan turned to look at the two on the stage. His expression darkened. To be honest, he didn't expect things to turn out this way. Wu Yan thought that as long as he shows enough strength, the girls around him won't be affected by the other factions. But reality told him that he was too naive. It doesn't matter if it's due to Makoto and Ko's status as special students, or if it's due to their outstanding looks that attracted flies. In any case, this incident told Wu Yan that not everything will go according to his plan. Thinking up to this point, he clenched his fists and sighed. After this incident, Makoto will definitely attract even more attention. When that time comes, he's not afraid of anything except for the dirty tricks of the other factions. The 12 factions of the Spalier World Academy represent the 12 factions of the Spalier World. Provoking them is the same as provoking an endless stream of trouble. Looks like he needs to speed up his progress. Increasing his strength as soon as possible is the way to go. Wu Yan lifted his head and looked at a direction. That direction is the teleportation formation to the 6th floor of the arena tower. In the arena, two beautiful girls, one silent and one moving, are staring at each other. The atmosphere around them is getting heavier and heavier as time passes. It's as if there's a hidden meaning behind this. At some point, Makoto finally lost her patience. Beep, beep, beep. A violent electronic sound suddenly rang out. Blue and white electric currents were like little snakes slithering around Makoto's body. Her brown eyes were dyed blue under the electric light. Makoto tilted her head back. Begin. Following Makoto's excited laughter, an even more frequent electric sound came from Makoto's body. In a blink of an eye, Makoto's entire body was covered in lightning. At this moment, Makoto is going all out. It's as if even the end of the world wouldn't cause her expression to change. Sylph looked at Makoto, who looked like she was possessed by the god of thunder. She gently raised her white hand. Boom! In an instant, Sylph, who looked like an ordinary person who didn't train, suddenly exploded with a loud boom. At the same time, an unprecedented amount of magical energy erupted from her body. The icy blue magical energy was like a frigid air. It slowly rose from Sylph's body like steam. The surrounding space slowly solidified, and in a blink of an eye, icicles were formed. Sylph raised her hand, and the icicles increased in speed. They tore through the air and flew towards Makoto. Sylph didn't hold back at all. She knew she didn't have to hold back either. Sure enough, Makoto only glanced at the ice spikes that blotted out the sky. She spread her arms outwards. Following her movement, a thick electric current appeared on her hands. The electric current flowed through her hands and lightly brushed the ground. She faced the incoming ice spikes head-on. Bang, 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 bang. The collision between the icicles and the lightning produced a series of muffled sounds. At this time, every icicle that came into contact with the lightning was like a firecracker, exploding into pieces that filled the sky. The constant collisions between the icicles and the lightning made the entire space seem as if they were celebrating something. The sound of firecrackers rang out continuously. Lightning flashed across the entire arena, and cold air filled the entire space. The students on the 5th floor immediately enjoyed a double cleansing of their senses, both visual and tactile. However, to Sylph and Mikoto, this was nothing more than a greeting. Suddenly, Sylph's lips moved and her mana fluctuated. She chanted an incantation that was both urgent and indifferent at the same time. It was a contradictory, yet pleasant incantation. The moment she chanted the incantation, the temperature in the arena plummeted. Sylph turned into a goddess of ice and snow. She blew a gust of icy wind towards Mikoto. Wherever the snowstorm passed, the ground froze into ice, but none of it was blown out of the arena. Sylph's control over her power has reached a terrifying level. Compared to Sylph's control, Mikoto's control is much weaker. She might even be weaker than a Tier 7. However, with Mikoto's personality, it's impossible for her to focus on improving her control. She only needs to improve the power of her attacks. Compared to Sylph, Mikoto is superior in terms of explosive power. Mikoto swung her hand in Sylph's direction. The lightning turned into a spear of lightning that pierced through the icy wind towards Sylph. Chapter 339. What unfolded before everyone's eyes was an unbelievable scene. No one has ever seen lightning freeze before, and no one has ever seen flames erupt from a cold current. On the 5th floor of the arena, the howling snowy wind blew in every corner of the arena, freezing the floor into a thick layer of ice. It was obvious that the temperature had dropped to a terrifying level. However, when the cold current came into contact with a lightning net, it started to burn like gas coming into contact with a flame. Although the snowy wind extinguished the fire in an instant, the scene of flames erupting from the cold current is still imprinted in everyone's eyes. On the other side, it's a completely different scene. The violent lightning quickly flowed, breaking through layers of snow and wind. However, the further it went, the slower the speed of the lightning became. In the end, the speed of the lightning stopped under the attack of the snow and wind. It was like a snake that had met its natural enemy. It twisted twice and then froze. It was a shocking scene. Two phenomena that completely violated the laws of physics, yet brought a deep shock to everyone. This was the embodiment of power to the extreme. Below the stage, Jaffer and Kaya, who were both Tier 8, had a grim expression on their faces. Jaffer clenched his fists when he saw Sylph and Mikoto's faint silhouettes in the midst of the blizzard and lightning. Jaffer growled indignantly. "Sylph, that woman, she's gotten stronger again." Kaya nodded solemnly and turned to Mikoto. "That newbie isn't simple either. She's able to cast lightning spells without needing to chant. Based on her appearance alone, she's not any weaker than Sylph. That's impossible." Jaffer clicked his tongue and laughed coldly. "Sylph's true strength hasn't been revealed yet. How can that little girl be Sylph's opponent?" Kaya glanced at Jaffer. He didn't think much of it. He knew Jaffer well enough to know that he's speaking from his personal feelings. After all, Sylph was someone Jaffer dreamed of surpassing. If Jaffer admitted that the newcomer's strength was on the same level as Sylph's, then he would have to admit that there's another woman above him. This was something he would never admit. The culture of the Baruba Empire was that men were superior to women. Even though they didn't treat women like clothes, if a woman surpassed them in a certain aspect, they would be laughed at in the Baruba Empire. As a prince of the Baruba Empire, Jaffer's view of men as superior to women was deeply ingrained in his heart. That was why Jaffer, who was ranked 3rd, could allow Kaya to surpass him, but not Sylph. In the Baruba Empire, being surpassed by a woman was a disgrace. This kind of national custom was criticized by countless people. Even Kaya looked down on this kind of phenomenon. However, standing in the position of the other two empires, they were quite happy to see this kind of phenomenon happen. That's why the talented and powerful women of the Baruba Empire would leave the Baruba Empire for the other two empires when they realized that they might cause trouble for themselves. Kaya glanced at Jaffer, who was smiling coldly, but his eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. He shook his head. As an outsider and a prince of an empire, Kaya had no right to say anything about the culture of the empire. At this moment, something strange happened in the arena. The thick snowy wind suddenly moved in one direction like a whirlpool. Following the flow of the snowy wind, the center of the whirlpool condensed into a dazzling ice blue ball of light. The snowstorm surged into the icy blue ball of light, and the current state of the arena appeared before everyone's eyes. Sylph was standing behind the icy blue ball of light with a crystal staff in her hand. The staff was none other than the gold armament that Sylph bought at the auction. Wu Yin, Fei Fei, Kaya, Jaffer, and the other students who recognized the staff shrunk their pupils in shock. If she's using her gold armament, it means that Sylph is going all out. Sylph held the staff horizontally in front of her chest like a cannon. She pointed the cannon at Mikoto, and the icy blue ball of light gathered more and more snowstorm and turned into a terrifying cannonball. Waves of heart-palpitating aura surged out from the icy blue ball of light, causing everyone present to tense up. Mikoto is even more so. As Sylph's direct target, she's the one who felt it the most. However, unlike the others, Mikoto's face is filled with excitement. This is how it should be, Mikoto shouted as if no one was around. She gathered all the electricity in her body into a thick lightning bolt and directed it towards one of her hands. At the same time, Mikoto raised her hand and pointed it at Sylph. Everyone could clearly see that Mikoto was holding a token in her hand. Not good. Wu Yin, Fei Fei, Kaya, and Jaffer shouted at the same time. Their voices were filled with unprecedented seriousness. Even their faces were filled with shock. Following the appearance of the icy blue ball of light and the token, an explosive shockwave swept across the arena. The shockwave was so strong that some of the tables and chairs were blown away. Everyone raised their hands to block the shockwave in front of them. Their combat chi and mana surged in order to stabilize their bodies and prevent themselves from being blown away by the shockwave. The terrifying phenomenon that was transmitted from the arena caused the hearts of every student to be filled with shock, except for a very small number of people who were very strong. Wu Yin gritted his teeth as he looked at the two on the arena. He couldn't help but curse. Those two idiots. What the hell are they doing? Is there a need to make such a big fuss? Are you two mortal enemies? Isn't this the same as fighting to the death? Fei Fei gripped the night elf so tightly that her hand turned white. Her face was also a little pale. She could already see how terrifying Sylph and Mikoto's next move would be from the shockwave. If things go wrong, even the audience below the stage and the entire fifth floor would be affected. Fei Fei gritted her teeth and turned around to look for the referee. Unfortunately, the referee was nowhere to be found. Fei Fei's expression was one of disbelief. At this moment, Kaya and Jaffa had already raised their dochi. Their eyes were solemn as they looked at the center of the battlefield. Clearly, even they felt that if they didn't use some tricks, they would be affected by the shockwaves. By the time all the snow and wind entered the icy blue sphere of light in Sylph's gold armament, it was already the size of a soccer ball. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the terrifying energy contained within the sphere. Sylph raised her head and looked at Mikoto. Her emotionless face glowed with a magical aura. Then, she pointed her staff at Mikoto. Ice Dragon Strike. The icy blue ball of light suddenly shot out. Her brown eyes flashed with a hint of graveness. She activated her ability, and all the electricity flowed into the coin in her hand. A bright white emitted from the coin, and an energy no less powerful than an ice-blue orb surged within this small coin. At some point, Mikoto bit her lips, and with a shout, the coin in her hand was flicked out by her finger. Railgun. As her voice fell, an orange light beam shot out from Mikoto's hand, fiercely hitting the ice-blue ball. Under everyone's gaze, the two extremely terrifying energy bodies instantly collided with each other. Chapter 340. The moment the ice dragon strike and the railgun cannon were shot out, the space of the fifth floor began to ripple like a lake that had a boulder thrown into it. On the arena, wherever the ice dragon strike and the super electromagnetic gun passed, a half-meter wide crack appeared. Following the trajectory of the ice dragon strike and the super electromagnetic gun, the crack spread rapidly under the horrified gazes of the audience. The light ball and the light beam wildly attacked in a lightning-like manner. Wherever they passed, the threads of energy that seeped out were actually able to directly shatter the stone slabs on the ground into powder. Moreover, the nearly half-a-meter-wide crack that swiftly spread on the ground had also completely destroyed the entire fighting arena. In the arena, the ice blue and orange lights each occupied half of the arena. The ice blue light ball was like a nuclear bomb as it shot out, while the orange light beam met it head-on. Both of them contained extremely terrifying energy. The space along the way rippled, and crack lines spread on the ground. The frightening destructive force caused the faces of everyone below the stage to be filled with shock and astonishment. They really had difficulty imagining that if they were on the stage, it was likely that just the little bit of energy that seeped out would be able to shake them until they were seriously injured. The battle between Mikoto and Sylph was so terrifying. The icy blue light from the ball of light and the orange light from the beam of light were reflected in the eyes of countless people. The two extremely terrifying attacks were like meteorites under the shocked gazes of the crowd. The ice dragon strike and the super railgun finally collided fiercely in the next instant. However, just as everyone covered their ears and waited for the earth-shaking explosion that was about to resound throughout this space, the collision in the arena strangely did not emit the slightest sound. Numerous stunned gazes followed their slow lifting of their heads, after which they looked at the arena. The ice blue and orange colors that were corroding each other back and forth like two clusters of water of different colors faced each other. Clearly, they did not understand why it was so quiet when two frightening energy bodies collided together. However, Wu Yin, Fei Fei, Ka, and Jaffer were shocked to discover that the space where the two terrifying energy bodies collided actually started to distort. The arena suddenly became silent. Following the silence, everyone could faintly hear a faint hissing sound coming from the two energy bodies that were eroding each other back and forth in the arena. Wu Yin stared at the two energy bodies on the arena. His wine-red eyes were filled with solemnity as he clenched his fists tightly. The energy bodies didn't seem to be doing anything out of the ordinary. They're just corroding each other. However, Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. It's because of the alarm that's been ringing in his heart. On the arena, Mikoto and Mikoto's eyes were on the arena. Their hearts were in their throats as they watched the two energy bodies eroding and devouring each other. Their instincts are telling them that this time they're in big trouble. When this thought arose in their minds, the two women's faces turned pale. At this moment, the two light balls and light beams that were constantly engulfing and entangling each other in the center of the field suddenly produced a strange phenomenon. Like boiling water, the two energy bodies started to fluctuate violently. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the two energy bodies suddenly expanded. Numerous gazes were dumbstruck as they stared at the two enormous balls of energy that had suddenly expanded in a strange manner. For some unknown reason, everyone felt an ominous premonition in their hearts at this moment. At this moment, the two energy bodies suddenly stopped their movements and became quiet. However, a strange and deep luster suddenly appeared. It looked like tiny dots of light that appeared on the two energy bodies. The space around them started to fluctuate. The dots of light within the two energy bodies started to expand rapidly. In the end, the dots of light became more and more dazzling. The space around the two energy bodies started to fluctuate even faster. Wu Yin frowned as he stared at the dots of light within the two energy bodies. After a while, Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Wu Yan's expression changed, and he shouted at Ikaros. Ikaros! Ikaros, who has been following behind Wu Yin the whole time, suddenly raised her head. Her indigo eyes lit up at Wu Yan's call. Variable wing system restriction remove. In the next second, Ikaros' voice sounded like a machine. At the same time, a light flashed from Ikaros' body, and the gold-lined white uniform on her body slowly faded away. A set of white light armor replaced the original uniform and slowly covered Ikaros' body. A pair of pink wings spread out in front of everyone's shocked eyes. The pink wings emitted a faint blue light, and with a stretch, they turned into a pair of light wings that fluttered behind Ikaros' back. Sky Queen mode. On. Her indigo pupils turned crimson, and a pure white halo floated above her head. Ikaros' hair also swelled up a little. Then, Ikaros disappeared. The moment Ikaros disappeared, the two energy bodies on the stage exploded like punctured balloons. A wave of violent energy filled the entire fifth floor of the arena tower. The next moment, boom, a glaring, intense light scattered down from the arena. Energy wildly surged. The icy blue and orange energy bodies finally appear to be unable to endure the unusual movement of energy. After a thunder-like explosion, they were accompanied by an extremely frightening storm that swept out from the middle of the arena. The space shook wherever the storm passed. Everyone's face was aghast. Looking at the rapidly expanding energy storm, they could vaguely feel how terrifying it is inside. If this storm were spread here, everyone here would be caught in it. When that happens, the weaker ones here might just die on the spot. Everyone's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as they watched the energy storm blow down from the stage. Most of the people who couldn't react in time were still in a daze. Only Fei Fei, Kaya, and Jaffer were shouting something, but the crowd couldn't make out what they were saying. At this critical moment, a beautiful figure suddenly flashed into the air. A pair of blue light wings instantly spread out, causing her to stop in the air, slightly moving up and down. It's Ikaros. Everyone was stunned to see Ikaros descending like an angel, including Kaya, Jaffer, and Fei Fei, who's already seen it before. They stared blankly at the angel in midair. For a moment, they forgot about the terrifying energy storm. Ikaros's crimson eyes flashed, her sexy lips parted slightly, and a voice that seemed to come from the depths of the sky rang out. It sounded like the voices of countless people overlapping each other. Aegis, absolute defense circle. As the voice fell, a light suddenly flashed from the center of the energy storm. The light flashed rapidly, and then turned into a crystal wall that looked like a beehive. With a shake, it spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it shrouded the energy storm that had not had time to invade the stage. At the same time, another figure also dashed into the stage with extreme speed. Before Ikaros' Aegis, absolute defense circle, could close in on itself, that person pulled the two girls who were stunned by the sudden change into his arms. Then he flashed away again. A series of muffled sounds came from the Aegis, absolute defense circle. That's the sound of the energy storm hitting the barrier. After a while, it finally stopped with a muffled sound. Then it turned into a breeze and disappeared. Chapter 341. In the end, the energy storm didn't manage to break through Ikaros' Aegis. After a muffled sound, it faded away, leaving behind only the barrier of Aegis. It's flickering in the ruined arena, telling everyone that what happened just now was real. The students stared at Aegis blankly for a moment before turning to look at the angel in midair. Their expressions turned into one of infatuation. The wings of light behind his back gently fluttered, and in an instant, they turned back into pink wings. The pure white halo also disappeared, and the deep red pupils turned back into a pitiful indigo color. The sexy white light armor on his body also turned back into the student uniform. However, this only made the students who were already dumbfounded even more dumbfounded. If Ikaros in Sky Empress mode is her strongest form, then her normal form is her most beautiful form. The pink wings fluttered gently. The feathers on them fluttered to the ground. Ikaros looked like an angel bathed in pink feathers. One has to admit, Ikaros in her current state is truly beautiful. She's so beautiful that even Ka, who's usually indifferent to women's charms, couldn't help but fall into a daze. She's so beautiful that even Jaffer, who's always looked down on women, couldn't help but look up at the sky with a strange expression. She's so beautiful that even Sylph, who's usually indifferent to everything, couldn't help but stare at Ikaros with a hint of envy in her icy blue eyes. She's so beautiful that everyone's mind went blank, even the females. At this moment, Ikaros has become a goddess in the hearts of countless people. But it's a pity that this beauty will forever belong to Ikaros, the master in her heart. Of course, while everyone else is stunned, Wuyin isn't. Wuyin is the one who understands Ikaros' beauty the most. After all, he's tasted her beauty countless times. It's only natural that he wouldn't be immersed in such a scene. While everyone else was dumbfounded, Wuyin's face was filled with anger. His eyes were filled with rage, and his rage could be seen flickering in them. Mikoto, who's stunned like everyone else. Her slightly pale face made Wuyin's heart ache, but at the same time, he's also angered. Wuyin raised his hand and knocked on Mikoto and Sylph's head. A crisp sound echoed in the silent arena. "Ah, it hurts!" Mikoto cried out in pain. She covered her head with both hands. A teardrop fell from the corner of her eye. It's cute, but Wuyin, who's filled with anger, didn't have the mood to appreciate it. "You can still feel pain." Wuyin pointed at Mikoto and shouted, "Do you know that if I didn't react in time, you wouldn't even have a chance to cry out in pain?" Holding her head, Mikoto looked at Wuyin, pointing at her and yelling at her in a daze. She didn't react for a while. After all, in her memory, this is the first time Wuyin yelled at her. Looking at Wuyin's angry face, Mikoto weakly said, I didn't do it on purpose. You didn't do it on purpose?" Wuyin was enraged by Mikoto's words. He didn't hesitate to yell at her. "Can you explain your actions just by saying that you didn't do it on purpose? Do you know what you've done? Even if you want to win, there should be a limit. Do you think it's fun to joke around with your own life? Do you think it'll satisfy your desire to win? This is a duel, not a fight to the death. Even if it's a fight to the death, I'll be the one fighting, not you." Wuyin yelled at Mikoto. Mikoto was stunned. Standing in front of Wuyin, Mikoto couldn't help but be intimidated by Wuyin's aura. She looked like a child who made a mistake. She lowered her head and didn't dare to speak again. But in her heart, a warm current flowed out. She's never seen Wuyin this angry. Being familiar with Wuyin, Mikoto knew that Wuyin was extremely worried about her. That's why the strong Mikoto was willing to lower her head at this moment. "Yen, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Mikoto said this with a smile on her face. "You're still smiling." Wuyin glared at Mikoto. Chuju quickly pulled Wuyin back and rolled her eyes at Mikoto. Then she said to Wuyin, "All right, Yin, don't be angry anymore. You know Mikoto's personality. It's so hard to find a suitable opponent. If she doesn't give it her all, she won't be satisfied. So you're going to risk your life?" Wuyin snorted. But the anger in his heart wasn't as big as before. It's just that he's still a little angry. Mikoto smiled apologetically and looked at Chuju gratefully. In return, Chuju rolled her eyes again. It's obvious that Chuju isn't happy with Mikoto's actions. Sylph stared at Wuyin in disbelief. She clutched the spot where Wuyin knocked her on the head. Sylph grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. No one dared to hit her like this. This is the first time in Sylph's life that Wuyin slapped her. This is the first time in her life that Wuyin slapped her. She had mixed feelings about it. If Sylph knew that Wuyin knocked her head casually, what would she think? Sylph regained her composure and slowly stood up. She looked at Mikoto and coldly said, "Let's continue." Hearing that, everyone was stunned. Wuyin almost choked himself to death. He almost played himself to death, and he still wants to continue. Even if he wants to die, he shouldn't be thinking like this. He wanted to scold Sylph, but he's not familiar with her. He doesn't have the right to do so. Wu Yin glanced at Mikoto coldly. Mikoto's body trembled, and she quickly waved her hands. No, it's already like this. There's no need to continue. Sylph frowned and asked, so you're admitting defeat? Mikoto smiled bitterly. She was unwilling to admit defeat. But if she doesn't, Yin Liangchuan won't allow her to fight again. Mikoto was in a difficult position. Sylph seemed to have guessed Mikoto's thoughts. She looked at Mikoto and then at Wu Yin before muttering to herself. After a while, she raised her head. We'll continue next time during the tournament. After that, Sylph ignored Wu Yin and the others. She looked at Ikaros, and her eyes flashed. In the end, she turned around and left with Snow Song's people. Jaffer pursed his lips and looked down at Mikoto and Ikaros. His gaze paused on Ikaros for a bit before he snorted loudly and turned to leave. Ka didn't leave with the two of them. He was staring at Ikaros with a strange look in his eyes. It's almost as if he's looking at his sweetheart. Wu Yin frowned and stepped in front of Ikaros. Ka finally realized what he did and awkwardly scratched his face. He looked at Ikaros and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect Miss Ikaros to be so secretive. Ka, I've misjudged you. After that, Ka glanced at Ikaros' wings. His mouth twitched, but in the end he didn't ask anything. He looked at Ikaros with a bit of reluctance and left as well. Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto looked at each other with a strange expression. Only Ikaros continued to stand behind Wu Yin as if nothing had anything to do with her. Chapter 342. Without a doubt, the Spalier World Academy is going to be bustling with noise and excitement again. The news of the battle between the strongest student and the new special student spread like wildfire across the entire Silveria World Institute in less than a day. Many people were shocked by the news. Many of the special students who didn't go to the arena tower that day were filled with regret after listening to their companions' vivid narration of the battle. As for the ordinary and elite students who couldn't enter the 5th floor, they were all very dissatisfied. They scolded the upper echelons of the academy. Why didn't they do a live broadcast like the day when the new special students challenged the 9 great powers? What's even more unbelievable is that Misaka Mikoto, who was with the new special student Wu Yin, fought the strongest student, Princess Sylph, to a draw. Many people didn't believe it at first, but when the news spread, they had no choice but to believe it. At the same time, the students who were listening to the narration also heard about the terrifying energy storm at the end. Their hearts trembled, and they were glad that they didn't go that day. When they asked how they were fine in the end, their companions gave them an explanation that left them dumbfounded. Angel. She's a beautiful angel. She saved us. Fine, let's not talk about what kind of uproar this statement caused. To sum it up, Mikoto is on fire. Ikaros is on fire. Even Wu Yin, who was on fire once, Hinajiku, and Wu Yin are also on fire. The new special student has become a hot topic in the Spalier World Academy. While the people outside were talking about their exploits, Wu Yin brought the girls back to the villa and let the students talk about him as if he was some kind of god. Currently, Wu Yin is sitting in his room. He took out the armaments from his space ring and placed them on the table, filling up the entire table. Wu Yin is dissatisfied with the battle between Mikoto and Sylph. However, he has to admit that the battle between the two made Wu Yin realize that he's still not strong enough. He thought that with his current strength, he would be able to stand at the top of Silveria World Institute, even if he didn't use Meteor Shower. However, the appearance of Sylph, Ka, and Jaffer made Wu Yin realize how naive he is. There will never be a lack of geniuses in this world. Wu Yin knew this, but he still looked down on the people of the Spalier world. In his opinion, the people of this world are nothing compared to the monsters of the 2D world. That's the truth. The people of the Spalier world may not be comparable to the monsters of the 2D world, but they're more than capable. There are 5 demigods in this world. According to the system, there are no gods in the dungeons. In other words, demigods are the strongest in the 2D world. Today, The appearance of the 3-tier 8 students and the battle between Makoto and Sylph made Wu Yin realize that he's still not strong enough. That's why Wu Yin wants to increase his strength as soon as possible. There are several ways to increase his strength. The first is to level up honestly. However, ever since he became famous, how many people in the Spalier World Academy dared to fight him? Even if they dared to, most of them wouldn't be hostile to him. And for battles without hostility, the system wouldn't give him any experience. Last time, it was only because he had slightly offended the people of the 9 major forces that he was able to get some experience. Now, it was estimated that not many people would be hostile to him and fight with him, right? What's more, when Makoto reached level 70, it took her a long time to grind her way up. Right now, I'm only level 68. The remaining 2 levels won't be that easy to level up. That's why he can only pass on the first method. The second method is to exchange for abilities like the last time he exchanged for infinite arms. The last time he exchanged for infinite arms, Wu Yan's strength increased by leaps and bounds. After all, Wu Yan's combat prowess and skills are already very beneficial to him. Not to mention, Wu Yan also has the body of a true ancestor. Adding these two together, Wu Yan's strength increased by a lot. Exchanging abilities is also a way to increase one's strength. Now that he has enough ability points, Wu Yan has his eyes on one of the abilities. However, this ability needs to be combined with the equipment he wants to exchange for in order to maximize its effectiveness. Thus, it's best to exchange for the equipment he wants first before deciding what to do next. Close to 20 common armaments were placed together by Wu Yan. It's quite a sight. However, Wu Yan felt it was a pity. After all, they're only common armaments, and they'll be gone soon. During the auction, Wu Yan calculated that these common armaments can be exchanged for 20,000 equipment points. Combined with the points he already has, it's just enough to exchange for the equipment he wants. With a wave of his hand, the 20 common armaments disappeared. Wu Yan handed them over to the system. As expected, the system notified him that he received 20,000 equipment points. Opening the system, Wu Yan clicked on the equipment bar. He found the equipment and locked onto it. Gate of Babylon, special equipment. A sword in the shape of a key connected to the Golden City. It can be connected to a treasure vault with a separate space, which is the Golden City. You can freely take out or store items from it. You can also use the equipment in the Gate of Babylon like bullets for shooting and combat. The stronger the equipment in the Gate of Babylon, the more types of equipment, the higher the level of the Gate of Babylon, and the more powerful it is. Note, starting level is D, maximum level is 500,000 equipment points. Wu Yan confirmed that there was a value of 501,000 in his equipment points column. He clicked the exchange button on the spot. Ding! Obtained Gate of Babylon. Following the system notification, his equipment points increased from 51,000 to 1,000. A golden sword in the shape of a key appeared in his hand. It glowed with a rich golden light, as if it was telling Wu Yan that it was made of real gold. Weighing the golden sword in his hand, Wu Yan raised it vertically and then slowly moved it upwards. Suddenly, the tip of the golden sword slowly disappeared into the air, as if it had been inserted into a door. It was directly inserted into the air. A circle of ripples appeared in the air, which made Wu Yan click his tongue in wonder. Then, Wu Yan held the golden sword in his hand and turned it to the side. Following Wu Yan's movement, the golden sword actually disintegrated, turning into a stream of light that looked like data. It entered the ripples in the air, and, at the same time, the ripples in the air spread out. The ripples in the air spread all over the place, until a moment later, the ripples suddenly turned into a golden light, spreading to both sides like a door opening. Then, a crimson space appeared in front of Wu Yan. This was the Gate of Babylon. On the other side of the Gate of Babylon, in the crimson space, was the Gate of Babylon's treasure vault, the Gate of Gold. But unlike that upstart gold shiny's Gate of Babylon, his Gate of Babylon is still empty. There's nothing in it. After transferring the Meteor Knight, Shana of Neen Temple, and everything in his own space ring into the Gate of Babylon, Wu Yan waved his hand and closed the crimson space in front of him. From now on, the Gate of Babylon will be Wu Yan's only equipment. At the same time, it will serve as his own space ring. It's time for the space ring to retire. Chapter 343. Character: Wu Yin ability, true ancestor bloodline, infinite martial arts, Electromaster, LV5. Equipment: Gate of Babylon, rank D, summons, Misaka Mikoto, Katsura Hanajiku, Ikaros, Astria, Flandra, Scarlet, Shokuha Misaki, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, Misaka Sisters, 20,000 equipment points, 1,000 item points, 660,000 ability points, 181000 summoning points, 350000 level, 68. After confirming his various status values, Wu Yin deactivated the system projection. He rubbed the S, P, A, C ring he took off from his finger and started contemplating. Now that he had obtained the Gate of Babylon, the next step was to collect some armaments and try to raise the level of the Gate of Babylon. If the Gate of Babylon loses the support of a large amount of equipment, then it will be useless. However, it will not be easy to level up the Gate of Babylon either. Rank B Meteor Knight, Rank C Temple of Shana, and a few other rare armaments were not enough to level up the Gate of Babylon. One can imagine how difficult it would be to level it up. But if he only needs a large amount of equipment to make the Gate of Babylon work, Wu Yin has a trick up his sleeve. Of course, this method also requires the cooperation of an ability. With this ability, the Gate of Babylon could be used immediately, and it might even be able to level up, but I still don't have enough ability points. Taking out his record card, Wu Yin bitterly smiled when he saw the number 0 on it. I guess I'll have to go to the Tower of Tournament. He casually tossed the record card away, and space suddenly fluctuated. A burst of crimson spatial ripples suddenly flashed, and in the next instant, the record card was swallowed by the crimson spatial ripples. Wu Yin walked out of the room and went downstairs. He saw Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros. For some reason, the three girls don't like to stay in the room, and they don't like to go outside. Whenever they have time, they would stay in the living room and chat. Who knows how many topics girls have to talk about? Of course, the only ones chatting are Chuju and Mikoto. Ikaros plays the role of a qualified listener. She will only answer when someone asks her something. As for Flandra-chan, she's the one who goes out the most. Maybe it's because she was locked up in Fantasy Township for quite some time. Plus, with Flandra-chan as her companion, Flandra-chan would go out from time to time. If it wasn't for Fei-Fei arranging for someone to watch over Flandra-chan and Liren in secret, Wu Yin wouldn't be at ease letting Flandra-chan run around in such a big school. Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros also noticed Wu Yin coming down. The moment Wu Yin appeared, the three girls immediately focused their attention on him. Wu Yin couldn't help but smile. Chuju stood up. "You came down? You're done?" Chuju and the others more or less knew what Wu Yin was doing, but they never participated. Wu Yin felt helpless. After all, Wu Yin originally wanted to find some equipment from the system for the two girls. Unfortunately, other than White Cherry, Chuju has no interest in other equipment. Mikoto even told Wu Yin directly that she doesn't need any equipment. Her ability is more than enough. Wu Yin couldn't help but worry. Hearing Chuju's question, Wu Yin didn't nod or shake his head. Instead, he shrugged helplessly. "I have some plans." At this time, Wu Yin walked up to the three girls. Ikaros handed him a drink. He smiled at her and pondered for a bit before ordering a cup of noodles. Then, he turned to Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros. "Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros. You guys passed the first 4 floors of the Tower of Arena, right? Did you use your credits?" The three girls shook their heads. Mikoto asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Do you want to use it?" After that, Mikoto handed her record card to Wu Yin. Chuju and Ikaros quickly took out their cards as well. Wu Yin quickly waved his hand. "You don't have to give it to me. Just help me make a trip to the trading district or the free trade district." Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and put away their cards. whether it was them to Wu Yin or Wu Yin to them. They didn't need to be courteous with their relationship. Is there anything you want? Seeing Hinajiku and Mikoto being so straightforward with him, Wu Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looks like they don't really want to be otaku girls after all. Maybe it's because they weren't familiar with the academy, that's why they couldn't decide where to go, Wu Yin said. Help me buy some special ores. Special ores? The two girls were surprised. They didn't know what Wu Yin wanted to do, but they didn't plan to ask right away. They'll find out sooner or later anyway. How special? Mikoto said with a frown. The word special held a lot of meaning. Wu Yin mused for a bit before he came up with a range of possibilities. It doesn't have to be expensive, but it has to be tough enough. Some ores with good toughness don't cost too many credits, just a bit more. Hinajiku and Mikoto couldn't help rolling their eyes at him. If he's asking for too much, how can he not spend more credits? Even if he spends all of his credits, it wouldn't be surprising at all. Wu Yin smiled sheepishly. He knows his words are contradictory, but that's what he meant, so he didn't think too much about it. Receiving the two girls rolling their eyes at him, he could only accept it. Chuju crossed her arms and asked, "You want us to run errands? What are you going to do?" Wu Yin smiled and stood up. "I'm going to challenge the arena tower." Wu Yin had heard about the strength of the 5th floor master from Fei Fei. He was at the peak of rank 7 and was only one step away from rank 8. He was much stronger than the 4th floor master. Using the system's explanation, the 4th floor master was level 60 and the 5th floor master was level 69. The difference of one floor was almost an entire tier. Against the floor master, a tier 7 pinnacle, Wu Yin doesn't have a 100% guarantee of victory. Of course, in terms of chances of victory, Wu Yin is confident that he will be the one with the higher chance of victory. After passing through the 1st floor's teleportation circle, Wu Yin silently chose to go to the 5th floor. Then, under the pointing of the special students who recognized him, he walked into the 5th floor's teleportation circle. His vision blurred, and Wu Yin felt that he had arrived in another space. However, to Wu Yin's surprise, the scene in front of him was no longer a room with an arena. It was a rocky field. Wu Yin almost thought that he was already outside the arena tower. If it wasn't for a figure not far from him, he wouldn't have been able to see it. It was a burly man. In terms of build, he was about the same as Strongman. However, Strongman didn't give Wu Yin the same feeling as the figure in front of him. He didn't give off a threatening vibe. "You're finally here?" A powerful voice came from the burly man, who was the 5th floor master. The 5th floor master stood up from the ground and grinned. "I thought you weren't going to go to the 6th floor?" Wu Yin flinched and asked in a surprised tone, "You know me?" "I know you, of course I know you. Rumors about you have been flying around the academy for a long time." The 5th floor master said, and then laughed. "I'm the 5th floor master. Challenger, do you want to fight?" Wu Yin smiled. "Of course." The 5th floor master lowered his head and then raised it up. He swung his fist at the rocky mountain beside him. After a loud boom, the rocky mountain that was 5 times larger than him was reduced to rubble. "Then let's begin." Chapter 344. A mountain of rocks, which was almost 10 meters high, was finally reduced to rubble by the fist and scattered at the feet of the tower master of the 5th floor. Wu Yan's face turned serious when he saw this. He could feel that the 5th floor master didn't use any do chi when he threw that punch. In other words, that destructive power was purely his body strength. It would not be surprising if such an effect was produced by using do chi. As long as one was at the 7th rank or higher, one would be able to achieve such an effect. However, to have such an effect without using do chi, that was terrifying. Although a warrior who cultivates do chi will have their body's strength increase when they advance, it might not even be possible for a rank 8 warrior to reach the 5th floor master's level. He's different from Li Shi. Li Shi's body is just a facade. The reason he has such terrifying strength is because of his battle skills. However, the 5th floor master is different. It can be seen that the other party must have specially trained his physical body. Moreover, he must have trained his physical body to such a level If he were to add battle chi or some battle skills to his body during battle, Li sure can't compare to him at all. What? The fifth floor master's face twitched. Scared? Scared. Wu Yin clenched his fist and laughed. Maybe later, but right now this isn't enough. The true ancestor's body gave Wu Yin a terrifying amount of physical prowess. Infinite arms refinement allowed Wu Yin to push his body to its limits. Wu Yin wanted to see if his body was stronger than the true ancestor's body that was tempered through countless trials and tribulations. Is that so? The fifth floor master's eyelids slowly drooped, and he suddenly roared. Then let's see if he can take a punch from me. The fifth floor master stomped his foot on the ground, creating a hole in the hard ground. He instantly appeared in front of Wu Yin and threw a punch. Its speed is actually so fast. Wu Yin's face turned serious. The fist in front of him is getting bigger and bigger. Wherever the fist goes, 10,000 breaths would retreat. With the power of the fist, if it hits Wu Yan's body, he would have to spit out some blood. The wisest choice in the face of this fist was to retreat. However, since Wu Yin had made up his mind to test the strength of a true ancestor, he naturally wouldn't retreat. Clenching his fist and swinging it backwards, he leaned his body to the side, and with this miraculous tilt, all the strength in his body was mobilized in an instant and concentrated into his fist. In a short span of time, he finished gathering his strength. Then he faced the incoming fist and threw a punch straight at it. Bam! The fifth floor master was twice as tall as Wu Yin. When his fist landed, it created a condescending effect. Not only did it increase the strength, but it also caused the impact of the fist to hit Wu Yin directly. The ground beneath Wu Yin instantly shattered. A 2-meter wide hole appeared beneath Wu Yin and the fifth floor master's feet. One could imagine how strong the fifth floor master's punch was. However, although the effect of this punch was strong, it couldn't hide the fact that this punch had been blocked by Wu Yin. The fifth floor master was stunned. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never thought that anyone would be able to take his punch head-on. However, the force that came from the fist that collided with his own told the fifth floor master that all of this was real. Therefore, the fifth floor master was very excited. Competing at the opponent's proudest point would usually lead to 2 results. The first was that a narrow-minded and arrogant person would be angry. The second was that a broad-minded and passionate person would be excited. As for the master of the fifth floor, it was obvious that it was the latter. Good, good. The fifth floor master laughed loudly. His voice was filled with excitement and joy. How long has it been? How long has it been since someone could take my punch head-on? Wu Yin, you really live up to the rumors about you in the academy. You are very strong. My impression of you has changed. After he finished speaking, the fifth floor master licked the corner of his lips. His bare eyes were blazing with flames. That was the burning battle intent. Wu Yin, take another punch from me. Immediately, the fifth floor master retracted the punch that had been blocked by Wu Yin and threw another punch. This time, this punch directly stirred up the atmosphere wherever it passed. Compared to the previous punch, the power of this punch was at least twice as strong. It had to be said that the fifth floor master was indeed a bold and unrestrained person. After being provoked by him, Wu Yin actually felt a little hot-blooded. At that moment, Wu Yin also laughed heroically. Don't talk about 1 punch. I will accompany you with 100 punches. Wu Yan's voice rang out, and a small fist appeared in front of the floor master's terrifying fist. The small fist wasn't like the big fist where the air would disperse in its wake. Instead, the small fist collided with the floor master's fist without any hesitation. After a dull thud, the hole beneath Wu Yin and the fifth floor master's feet widened by another meter. The impact of the impact was directly under their feet. The rocky ground was destined to become a mess. This time, the fifth floor master didn't waste any more words. He pushed forward fiercely and stabilized his body. Then, he threw another punch with his other hand. Wu Yin didn't meet the fifth floor master's fist with his fist. Instead, he used his palm to block the fifth floor master's fist with a paw sound. Then, he kicked the fifth floor master's chest. With a bang, the fifth-floor master was caught off guard and was kicked in the chest by Wu Yan. The fifth-floor master gritted his teeth and roared. He also grabbed Wu Yan's hand and pulled him over. Then, he threw a punch at Wu Yan's chest. With the same dull thud, the two of them flew out at the same time and separated. However, not long after, the two of them stabilized themselves in midair and stood on the ground. The fifth-floor master's expression had completely calmed down. However, the battle intent in his eyes didn't diminish. He slowly took out a pair of boxing gloves and silently put them on. That was a rare armament. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. He had even taken out an armament. This meant that the fifth-floor master was planning to use his full strength. This was indeed the truth. In just a few breaths' time, a shocking dough qi suddenly erupted from the fifth-floor master's body. The enormous dough qi crazily surged, after which all of it surged into the boxing gloves. While Wu Yan's expression changed slightly, he saw the fifth-floor master's body crouch down. In an instant, he turned into an afterimage. His fist shot out and swiftly landed on Wu Yan's chest. The moment the fifth-floor master made his move, Wu Yan, who had been cautious for a long time, focused his eyes. His feet stomped on the ground, and his arms immediately stretched out. A ferocious green vein popped out on Wu Yan's arm. Wu Yan clenched his fist and mobilized all the strength in his body, after which he raised his arm and threw a punch. Clang! In the next moment, the two fists collided with each other with a loud bang. A fierce gust of wind suddenly swept out in all directions, directly blowing the gravel around the two of them into the air. The originally hard ground had turned into the weakest tofu at this moment. Under the terrifying force, it crumbled into pieces in an instant. Following the wind that swept out, it blew in all directions. If there were any spectators of the side at this moment, or if the place where this duel was taking place was not here but the fifth floor, it was likely that just the rocks that swept out would be enough to make the spectators suffer. Moreover, it was clearly a fist against a fist, a direct collision of strength. However, after the two fists collided, a clang sound was emitted. It was simply unimaginable. However, from another perspective, this also showed just what kind of level the collision of strength between the two had reached. Chapter 345. The veins on Wu Yan's arms were already bulging wildly as he resisted the frightening force that was attacking him. The strength of the fifth-floor master, who was originally very frightening, had become indescribable after being supported by his dou qi and the rare armament. Wu Yan clenched his teeth tightly. His eyes turned cold as he stepped out with his left leg. His body was in a semicircular position, while his right leg was like lightning as it lashed out like a whip. At the same time that Wu Yan's right leg lashed out, the muscles on his leg moved at a frequency that could not be seen with the naked eye. After this movement, the strength of Wu Yan's leg increased by quite a bit. Following this, the long whip-like leg carried an indescribable wild and violent strength. This leg was violently lashed out at the chest of the fifth-floor master. This kick did not have the slightest warm-up. The moment he attacked, it was an extremely ferocious attack. This was because Wu Yan clearly understood that any warm-up or probing would be useless when faced with a peak rank 7 opponent like the fifth-floor master. What Wu Yan needed was to continuously unleash his strength and use all of his strength to deal with his opponent. The frightening strength of the kick tore apart the air and the ground, after which it landed on the chest of the fifth-floor master at lightning speed. The low and deep sound of rushing wind was ear-piercing. An ominous glint gathered in the eyes of the fifth-floor master. He had also sensed how powerful Wu Yan's attack was. However, he did not have any thoughts of underestimating it. For someone like him, if he always had such thoughts in his heart, it was likely that he would not be able to take on the role of the fifth-floor master. His skin had already been pierced by the wind from Wu Yan's kick. The fifth-floor master knew that Wu Yan must have used some kind of battle technique to have such strength. Otherwise, Wu Yan's strength would not have been so sharp. What the fifth floor master did not know was that Wu Yin did not use any battle technique. However, there was nothing wrong with it. After all, using the endless martial refining skill to unleash one's strength was also considered a side battle technique. The fifth floor master, who thought that Wu Yin had used a battle technique, no longer hit it. One of his palms suddenly rotated into a fist, after which a black light suddenly erupted from his arm. The dou qi that was originally gathered on his fist was actually emitting a black light. It was like a black hole that started to rotate above the fifth floor master's fist. At the same time, a boundless aura gushed out from the fist enveloped by the black hole. It blew at Wu Yin, who was very close to it. Wu Yan's pupils shrunk when he sensed the aura. "Black killing fist," the fifth floor master shouted. Immediately, the black hole threw a punch and punched towards Wu Yin. Wu Yan's expression changed. The fifth floor master's punch did not have much momentum, but the wind from the punch was filled with a monstrous killing intent. That killing intent was as cold as a solid black wind. It was like the fist of the Grim Reaper. It gave Wu Yin the illusion that this was the only thing left in the world. The black killing fist was indeed worthy of the word kill. It could actually trigger such a terrifying killing intent. Regardless of whether it was an illusion or reality, this punch was definitely a sure kill punch. Looking at the black kill fist coming at him, even though it's moving at a slow speed, he felt like he's being locked in place. His instincts told him that he can't dodge this fist, he can't dodge it. However, if he did not dodge and took it head-on, even if he had the strength of a true ancestor and the help of infinite martial refinement, there was no way he would be able to take this punch unscathed. Seeing that the black kill fist was about to land on his chest, he knew that he would be seriously injured in the next moment. At this critical moment, his wine-red eyes flashed with a bright light. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, bluish-white lightning flashed from Wu Yan's body. As the dense bluish-white light flashed, it dispersed the black light on the black killing fist by quite a bit. Immediately after, Wu Yin seemed to be condensing a super railgun as all the lightning on his body surged towards his fist. As all the lightning condensed on Wu Yan's fist was actually like the black killing fist suffusing a dense light. However, the black killing fist was black light, while Wu Yan's fist was bluish-white light. His face glowed with a bluish-white radiance. Wu Yin focused his gaze, and his fist glowing with bluish-white radiance met the black kill fist. Lightning light fist. Come on. The fifth floor master roared wildly. Immediately, the black killing fist and the lightning light fist met fiercely. Pung! The black killing fist heavily collided with the lightning light fist covered with lightning. The bluish-white light and the black light swept out at almost the same time, like two ferocious wolves, crazily devouring and eroding. Pung, pung, pung. The ground where the two of them were standing directly crumbled. Huge fissures like a spider web crazily spread out from under their feet. The entire rocky ground collapsed by 1/5 in an instant. Swoosh! Wu Yan's eyes were incomparably serious. The black killing fist was indeed very strong. The lightning light fist that he created on the spot was actually blocked by the fifth floor master's black killing fist. This was enough to prove that the power of the black killing fist was comparable to the power of lightning. Wu Yin did not know that the fifth floor master was also praising his lightning light fist in his heart. One had to know that the black killing fist was his only battle skill and also his strongest battle skill. He had immersed himself in the black killing fist for his entire life and had never practiced any other battle skills. It was all for the sake of raising the power of the black killing fist to an unprecedented peak. Yet, this punch was blocked by him. Of course, while they were thinking, the two of them did not forget that it was now time for a battle. Therefore, all the thoughts in their hearts were instantly put away. Wu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he withdrew his fist. However, just as he withdrew his fist halfway, lightning flashed on his fist once again. Then, it whistled out once again, bringing with it streaks of lightning and ear-piercing sonic booms as it attacked the fifth-floor master at lightning speed. The lightning light fist was thrown out once again. The lightning light rapidly enlarged in the fifth-floor master's eyes. Wu Yan's torrential attacks caused the fifth-floor master's eyes to be filled with ferocity. He clenched his right fist tightly as black light spread out and suddenly punched out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Punched out, punched out, punched out again. Fist shadows filled the sky and filled the air in front of Wu Yan. Above those fist shadows, there was a monstrous black light that surged with astonishing fluctuations. Bang, bang, bang. The fist wind and the fist shadows finally collided together in all directions. The commotion was undoubtedly earth-shattering. The entire ground seemed to tremble violently at this moment. Pieces of rock directly exploded into powder under the force of the wind. The intense tremors undulated within the rocky ground that was filled with dust. The rocky ground had already collapsed to the point that it could not collapse any further. A gentle breeze blew over and scattered the dust. Soon after, the sound of rushing wind hurriedly sounded. Two figures flew out from the dust. Their feet rubbed against the ground, creating long gullies. At this moment, the fifth-floor master's hair was already in a state where it was scattered. His fist was slanted towards the ground as a drop of fresh blood dripped from it. On his chest, one could faintly see a couple of eye-piercing black scorch marks. Opposite him, there were also some bloody scars on Wu Yan's arm. Fresh blood dripped down from his fist. If one took a closer look, one would be able to see that the area between their thumb and forefinger had already split open. However, on the surface, Wu Yan undoubtedly held the upper hand. After all, Wu Yan's area between his thumb and forefinger had only split open. On the other hand, the fifth-floor master's appearance was rather miserable. Moreover, the black scorch marks on his chest proved it was the one who had lasted until the end in the previous storm of attacks. The two of them exchanged blows in a flash, but it was extremely fierce. This kind of contest of strength against strength, this kind of direct battle, was not only the most exciting, but also the most dangerous and ruthless at the same time. Chapter 346. Wu Yan slowly raised his bleeding fist and clenched it gently. Then, he brought it to his mouth and licked it clean. Wu Yan was stunned when he finished licking the blood off his fist. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What he had just done was completely subconscious. It was the subconscious action of a true ancestor like Wu Yan. Wu Yan had never imagined that the first blood he would taste after becoming a true ancestor and getting rid of his blood-sucking urges would be his own. However, he wasn't lazy. The taste of blood, snickering, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes suddenly turned golden. This meant that Wu Yan was about to go all out. The fifth-floor master was some distance away from Wu Yan, so he didn't see the change in Wu Yan's eyes. However, he did see Wu Yan licking his own blood. He couldn't help but be stunned. For some reason, when he saw Wu Yan licking his own blood and smiling evilly, the fifth-floor master felt a chill run down his spine. This was the feeling of encountering a natural enemy. This wasn't strange. After all, humans were one of the main sources of food for vampires. The fifth-floor master, who felt a chill in his heart, was stunned again. This time, he was stunned because of Wu Yan's hand. His hand, which had split open a second ago, was now completely fine. The fifth-floor master stared at Wu Yan in a daze. A strange feeling rose in his heart. Could his saliva be used to heal? And the healing effect was so good? As he thought about this, the fifth-floor master glanced at the charred area on his chest. His eyes were a little blank. Should I ask him to lick it for me later? If Wu Yan knew that the floor master wanted him to lick the floor master's chest, Wu Yan might just throw in the towel and admit defeat. Wu Yan looked at the fifth-floor master and said loudly, "It's time to end this battle." The fifth-floor master raised his head and looked deeply at Wu Yan. The pain in his chest was still clearly reflected in his mind. It seemed to be telling the fifth-floor master he was about to lose. The fifth-floor master took a few deep breaths and tried his best to straighten his back. He laughed a few times, but his voice was indescribably pale. After all, in a previous exchange, he had taken several punches from Wu Yan's lightning fist, which was comparable to his black hill fist. If it wasn't for Wu Yan subconsciously holding back his strength, and the fact that the fifth floor master's body was stronger than anyone else's, he would have been lying on the ground. The intense pain in his chest was transmitted to the fifth floor master's mind. However, he forced himself to stand up straight and stood in front of Wu Yan. He gently raised his hands, battle chi surging, black light gathering. If he didn't fight to the last moment, he wouldn't be able to accept defeat. Come on. The fifth floor master roared and condensed all his battle chi into his final move, Black Kill Fist. After this punch, regardless of whether he won or lost, the fifth floor master wouldn't be able to continue fighting. As the saying goes, the person who understands you the most is usually not your best friend, but your enemy. Although Wu Yan wasn't the fifth floor master's enemy, he could be considered a temporary opponent for the fifth floor master. The collision of fists wasn't just the most exciting, it was also the easiest way to feel the other party's heart. Wu Yan couldn't help but admire the fifth floor master's persistence. It was rare, really rare. For Wu Yan to admire someone, it was rare even in the two-dimensional world. In the Spalier world, it was also a first. His cold, golden pupils flashed with a hint of graveness. Wu Yan felt that he was right in wanting to give it his all. Because, in front of such an opponent, if he didn't give it his all, then he would be letting down the respect in his heart. Therefore, he had to give it his all. Beep, beep, beep. A thunderous roar resounded from Wu Yan's body. Crazy electric currents ran through Wu Yan's body at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. An unprecedented power of thunder and lightning was released from Wu Yan's body. As the thunder and lightning surged, the ground Wu Yan was standing on actually caved in deeply, with Wu Yan as the center. The electric currents couldn't help but flow to the ground where Wu Yan was standing. The ground around him was completely destroyed. A slight vibration came from the ground. Some of the large and small stones around Wu Yan seemed to have lost their gravity and floated up. The fifth floor master was shocked and then smiled bitterly. He fought with his opponent until he was injured. When he was about to use his final attack, he found out that his opponent was only going to use his full strength now. Was there anything more tragic than this? In any case, the fifth floor master was trembling with fear. He felt that he was about to die. However, at the same time, the fifth floor master also felt a burst of excitement. The blood in his body started to flow faster. Obviously, he was hot-blooded. Ha ha! Come on! Come on! Come on! The fifth floor master ignored the pain in his body and laughed loudly. Then, the black light seemed to come back to life. It suddenly expanded, and the black hole on the black hill fist expanded several times. The final attack. All the thunder and lightning on his body instantly stopped roaring. It was like the calm before the storm. The sound disappeared, but the speed didn't. In an instant, it condensed on Wu Yan's fist. Super Black Kill Fist. The fifth floor master shouted and stomped on the ground. He grabbed the huge black hole and rushed towards Wu Yan, adding his super. Could it be that the power will multiply? Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, there was a smile on his face. A ray of light flashed in his golden eyes. Wu Yan raised his hand and flew towards the fifth floor master. Super Lightning Light Fist. The distance of 12 meters was reduced to 1 meter in less than a second under the two's flying speed. The two looked at each other and then threw out a punch. The blue and white light and the black light suddenly became stronger. Boom! A loud explosion resounded throughout the entire space. The ground, which no longer had any space left to destroy, directly collapsed. Pieces of rock flew in all directions with the explosion as the epicenter. In this space, only the blue and white light and the black light that occupied the sky and earth were left. However, not long after, the black light was swallowed by the blue and white light. Only the blue and white light was left between heaven and earth after a long time. When the blue and white light dimmed, the scene inside slowly became clear. Wu Yin stood there, and the fifth-floor master was lying in front of him, unconscious. Ding! Congratulations to user for clearing the fifth floor of Spalier World Academy's Arena Tower. Equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points, 25,000. Character, Wu Yan's words ability, true ancestor bloodline, infinite martial arts, electromancer, LV5, equipment, gate of wealth, rank D, summons, Misaka Mikoto, Katsura Hinajiko, Ikaros, Astria, Flandra, Scarlet, Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, Misaka's sister, 20,000 equipment points, 101000 item points, 760000 ability points, 206000 summoning points, 375000 level. 68. The system notification rang in Wu Yan's mind, informing him that he won. Wu Yan smiled and sighed in relief. Compared to the previous 4 floors, the fifth-floor master is undoubtedly much stronger. If he didn't have the true ancestor bloodline and infinite martial arts, even Wu Yan wouldn't be able to beat him. Chapter 347. When Wu Yan cleared the fifth floor, the crystal balls in the arena tower lit up, attracting the attention of all the students in the arena tower. Special student, Wu Yan, cleared the fifth floor. Special student, Wu Yan, cleared the fifth floor. Special student, Wu Yan, cleared the fifth floor. The voice from the crystal ball suddenly resounded in every space of the tower of arena, causing all the students' mouths to gradually widen. Their eyes began to bulge a little. Wu Yan? Is that Wu Yan? He cleared the fifth floor. He has the ability to get into the top 10. Misaka Mikoto got 4th place not too long ago, and now there's someone who cleared the 5th floor. These newbies are trying to defy the heavens. Misaka Mikoto-sama seems to be very obedient to that Wu Yan. I heard he knocked her on the head a while ago on the 5th floor, and she acted like she knew she was in the wrong. Say, do you think that Wu Yan is stronger than Mikoto-sama? That's impossible. Misaka Mikoto-sama is someone who can go toe-to-toe with Princess Sylph. If Wu Yan is stronger than Mikoto-sama, doesn't that mean he's the strongest student in the academy? That's right. Princess Sylph didn't approve of Wu Yan either. Also, Kaya and Jaffer didn't pay much attention to that newbie either. Ranking in the top 10 should be his limit. Wait, what about that angel? Oh, you really believe that there are angels in this world? Why wouldn't I? A lot of special students saw it with their own eyes. Maybe it's some kind of special armament or some kind of battle technique or magic. Who knows? I really want to meet an angel. Due to the rise of Mikoto and the popularity of angels, Wu Yan's popularity dropped a little. Now, he's once again the topic of conversation in Silverio World Institute. Of course, not everyone is so indifferent. At least, Bing Mian, who has a grudge against Wu Yan, isn't happy about it. Bing Ling, on the other hand, is starting to forget about Wu Yan. Of course, there are the factions as well. After clearing the 5th floor, Wu Yan didn't go straight to the 6th floor. Only the top 10 students are allowed to move around on the 6th floor. There were only 10 people on the entire floor. At this time, there was probably no one inside. After all, these 10 people were also the leaders of their respective forces. They didn't have so much time to idle around in a place where they didn't even know if there would be enough people on the 6th floor. That's why Wu Yan returned to his mansion with the 100,000 credits reward. He has enough ability points to exchange for that ability. Pushing open the door of his villa, the scene inside the door, which is the living room, appeared in front of Wu Yan. Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Ikaros also appeared in his line of sight. Master! Ikaros noticed Wu Yan right away. She stood up from her chair and walked to his side. Every time Wu Yan appears in front of Ikaros, Ikaros would stick close to him. Ikaros' actions didn't annoy Wu Yan at all. Instead, it made him happy. You're back. Chuju and Mikoto stood up as well. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. He felt a faint warmth in his heart. Every time he heard the 2D girls who he used to look forward to greeting him at home, he would feel a sense of bliss and warmth. Maybe if he were to go back to his old life, Wu Yin would go crazy. He felt like he couldn't live without them anymore. Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Ikaros's heartbeat quickened, and even their cheeks started to redden. The fusion of life and soul doesn't mean the fusion of souls. When Wu Yin feels boundless love for the target of his life and soul fusion, their hearts that beat in unison with Wu Yan's heart would have such a reaction. I have to say, it's a pretty good setting. As for Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and the others who are fused with Wu Yin, do they know about this? Just by looking at their expressions, he knew. This is the thing you wanted, Ola. Quick, take a look. Mikoto stuttered to Wu Yin. Her face got redder and redder as she spoke. In the end, she just threw the ring at Wu Yin and ran away while covering her face. Chuju and Ikaros, who stuck to Wu Yin the most, followed without hesitation. Wu Yin grabbed the ring and looked at the three girls running away. He was a bit confused. Why did they run away as soon as they saw him? They were so passionate just a moment ago. Women. Shaking his head, he returned to his room with an inexplicable feeling. Then he took out the S.P.A.C. ring that Mikoto gave him. Caressing the ring, Wu Yin thought for a while. Then he put the ring away and waved his hand in the air. The system projection opened, and Wu Yin clicked on ability. After ability, talent, and bloodline appeared, he clicked on talent and found the ability he was interested in. Night never died by bare hands. Bestow the attribute of a noble phantasm to the weapon in the user's hand. No matter what kind of weapon, or equipment it is, when it falls into the user's hand, it will become a D-grade equipment and a noble phantasm. If it is a D-grade equipment, it will retain its original grade and be under the user's control. Ability points. 200,000 points, that's right. This is Night Never Died by Bare Hands, Lancelot's noble phantasm in Fate. Back when he was watching Fate, he felt more than once that Gate of Babylon and Night of Undying Barehanded were a perfect match made in heaven. Wait, it's a noble artifact. The more noble phantasms there were in the Gate of Babylon, the more powerful it would be. On the other hand, the Night Never Died by Bare Hands could turn any equipment into a noble phantasms, including pillars, sticks, shovels, and even fighter jets. If these two pieces of equipment were used together, then it would be a perfect match. Although the Night Never Died by Bare Hands ability could only turn normal equipment into D-grade equipment, but even if it was only D-grade equipment, as long as there were enough of them, it could be filled up into an A-grade legendary weapon. The only thing is, how long will it take to do that? Previously, Yin had asked the system if armament and noble phantasm would have the same effect in Gate of Babylon. The system's answer is that armament can also increase the power and level of Gate of Babylon. However, if it is a noble phantasm, then the increase in power and level will be greater than that of armament. Coincidentally, Night Never Died by Bare Hands has another ability, which can turn normal equipment into a noble phantasm. Even if there's a certain level of armament, after being turned into a noble phantasm by Night Never Died by Bare Hands, its power will be more or less increased. After all, a noble phantasm is the ultimate weapon known as materialized miracle. It is the crystallization of longing. Even if armament and noble phantasm are of the same level, the power of a noble phantasm will be stronger. Besides that, Night Never Died by Bare Hands has another good effect. That is, the equipment that has been turned into a noble phantasm after being turned into a noble phantasm can only be used by the user. Even if someone takes it away, the noble phantasm will automatically return to the user. With all these effects, Wu Yin decided to exchange for Night Never Died by Bare Hands. Although he did not know why a noble phantasm that was originally an equipment would become a talent ability, he did not have to worry about it being taken away. Chapter 348. Night Never Died by Bare Hands. Bestow the attribute of a noble phantasm to the weapon in the user's hand. No matter what kind of weapon, or equipment it is, when it falls into the user's hand, it will become a D-grade equipment and a noble phantasm. If it is a D-grade equipment, it will retain its original grade and be under the user's control. Ability points. 200,000 points. Ian clicked on the exchange button. A red light suddenly appeared in front of him and split into two, shooting into his hands. The red light attached to the back of Wu Yan's hand. After a while, it turned into two bright sword marks made of dots. The moment the sword marks were formed, a new Knight Never Die by Bare Hands ability appeared in Wu Yan's ability bar. This proved that Wu Yan had obtained this ability. He clenched his fists and looked at the two dots forming the sword mark. He felt like there's something brewing inside, waiting for him to come into contact with it. After pondering for a while, Wu Yan reached out his hand and snapped his fingers. As Wu Yan moved, a spatial ripple suddenly appeared behind Wu Yan, and a crimson spatial door appeared behind Wu Yan. At the same time, Meteor Knight and Neen Temple of Shana slowly emerged from the crimson spatial door. Wu Yan pulled out the Gate of Babylon. When Meteor Knight and Neen Temple of Shana fell into Wu Yan's hands, the two sword marks on the back of his hand suddenly flashed. A strange wave invisible to the naked eye came out of the sword marks and then wrapped around the Meteor Knight and Neen Temple of Shana. Red lines that looked like veins crawled on the Meteor Knight and Neen Temple of Shana. The red veins flashed on the two weapons and then disappeared from their surfaces, sinking into their insides. Wu Yan felt that the Meteor Knight and Neen Temple of Shana seemed to have become a little old. Moreover, a vague aura was emitted from the Meteor Knight and Neen Temple of Shana. At this moment, the Meteor Knight and Neen Temple of Shana had turned into noble phantasms. In the next moment, something unexpected happened. Neen Temple of Shana suddenly shook violently. Wu Yan was shocked as the blade suddenly flashed with a red light. Then, a scorching flame suddenly ignited on the blade. What's going on? Wu Yan's wine-red eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at the red lotus flame that enveloped the Neen Temple of Shana. Could it be that because it's turned into a noble phantasm, the Neen Temple of Shana now possesses the ability of the red lotus flame? Wu Yan was pleasantly surprised as he held up the burning Neen Temple of Shana. No matter what, the Neen Temple of Shana's power has increased greatly. This is an indisputable fact. Using the system to determine the rank of the Nyet and No Shana, it was still C rank. The only difference was that the Nyet and No Shana used to be in the lower middle of C rank. But now, even if it wasn't as good as Icaros Apollo, which was infinitely close to B rank, it wasn't too far off. What a pleasant surprise. Wu Yan tried to control the flames on the Neen Temple of Shana. Perhaps it was because the Neen Temple of Shana had become a noble phantasm. Wu Yan was able to control the flames on the Neen Temple of Shana smoothly. He slowly removed the flames, and the Neen Temple of Shana returned to its original bright appearance. Perhaps no one would have thought that this small Neen Temple of Shana contained enough power to turn the entire mansion into ashes. He turned around and threw the meteor shower and the transformed Neen Temple of Shana into the Gate of Babylon. Wu Yan did not immediately close the Gate of Babylon. Instead, he took out the previous infinite space ring. He stroked the surface with one hand, and a large mass of black gravel appeared in the middle of the room. Almost at the same time, Wu Yan's body flashed with a strong electric light. The electric light flashed frequently in the room, and an electromagnetic force suddenly acted on the sand in the air, stopping them from falling. When the electric light on Wu Yan's body flashed again, the black sand moved in the air and formed black iron sand swords. Wu Yan's goal was to use the Knight Never Die by Bare Hands ability to turn these iron sand swords into noble phantasms to fill up the Gate of Babylon treasury and upgrade it. Since no matter what equipment it was, after being transformed by the Knight Never Die by Bare Hands ability, it would be a waste of the Knight Never Die by Bare Hands ability if he did not properly mass-produce the Knight Never Die by Bare Hands ability. The iron sand swords formed by the special sand should belong to the category of weapons. The reason why he used the special sand is to make the iron sand swords less fragile after they become noble phantasms. Thus, Wu Yin began his long journey of touching the iron sand swords. After some time, when Wu Yin was transforming the swords into noble phantasms, a group of guests came to the villa. A group of guests that surprised Chuju, Mikoto, and the rest. There were about 20 of them. They were not wearing the student's uniform, nor the teacher's uniform. Instead, they were wearing a tight black suit. They wore a badge with the word Ji on their chest. Each of them had a strong aura, proving that they were not to be trifled with. They were the law enforcement team of the Spalier World Academy. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and frowned. Although the two of them had not been in the academy for long, they were familiar with the academy's rules. Logically speaking, the enforcement team would only appear when a student or a teacher violated the rules set by the academy, such as private fights and the like. Now that the law enforcement team appeared in the villa, could it be that they were here to arrest someone? Hinajiku took a step forward, looking at the middle-aged man leading the group, and asked hesitantly, is there anything I can help you with? The middle-aged man looked around, and he asked with an expressionless face, is the new special student Wu Yin here? Hearing this, Hinajiku raised an eyebrow, and her face darkened. He's busy. If you have something to say, you can tell us first. The middle-aged man's face didn't change in the slightest as he spoke to Hinajiku in a businesslike manner. Call him out. Let him come with us. Chuju and Mikoto were shocked. Ikaros raised her head, and her indigo pupils shrunk and expanded to a deep red color. An unusually heavy aura emitted from her body. The law enforcement team could not help but feel their chest tighten. Their faces also became serious. Wait, Ikaros. Chuju grabbed Ikaros's hand. Her heart was beating faster because she knew that if the law enforcement team was really here for Wu Yin, then this girl who treated Wu Yin as her everything would see the law enforcement team as her enemy. One shot, and they would be finished along with the academy. At that time, they would be in big trouble. Hold on, Ikaros. Let's talk after we get to the bottom of this. Hinajiku said softly, her hand gripping Ikaros's hand tightly. Her meaning was obvious. If they were really here for Wu Yin, then we'll make our move. Ikaros scanned the law enforcement team. She looked at Chuju and her eyes turned back to indigo. Chuju and Mikoto sighed in relief. Mikoto quickly said, You're here to arrest Yin? Yin didn't do anything against the academy's rules. The middle-aged man looked at Ikaros deeply and said, No, we're not here to arrest him. The council wants to see Wu Yin. Chapter 349. The blood-red veins rippled on the surface of the iron sand sword and slowly changed the nature of the iron sand sword. The Knight Never Died by Bare Hand's ability continued to work on the iron sand sword. It didn't take long for the veins to return to the iron sand sword's body. Wu Yin turned a last iron sand sword into a noble phantasm and threw it into the gate of Babylon on his back. He let out a sigh and shook his hands. After a few hours of repetitive actions of taking, holding, and throwing, Wu Yin's hands almost got cramps. Now, Wu Yin finally understood what it's like to be able to count money until your hands get cramps. Character: Wu Yin abilities: True Ancestor Bloodline, Endless Martial Training, Knight Never Died by Bare Hands, Electromancer, LV5, Equipment, Gate of Babylon, Rank C Summons, Misaka Mikoto, Katsura Hinajiku, Ikaros, Astria, Flandra, Scarlet, Shokuho Misaki, Kinu Hutta, Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, Misaka Sisters, 20,000 Equipment Points, 101000 Item Points, 760000 Ability Points, 6,000 Summoning Points, 375000 Level, 68. Close to 1,000 D grade iron sand swords. The Gate of Babylon leveled up without any surprise. However, Wu Yin is a bit disappointed. Logic tells him that the Gate of Babylon can only be upgraded to C rank after the iron sand sword. But if possible, he still hopes that the rank of the Gate of Babylon can be upgraded a bit higher, preferably to B rank. After all, according to the system's analysis, the shiny Gate of Babylon and Fate was a Tier B gold armament. Of course, gold armaments are divided into different ranks. Even if Wu Yin used a large amount of rank D equipment to upgrade Gate of Babylon to a gold armament, it would still be inferior to the shiny Gate of Babylon. The lowest grade equipment in the shiny Gate of Babylon is rank D. There are a lot of rank C equipment, and even rank EA equipment is rank B. It's close to rank A equipment. His Gate of Babylon with a large number of D-grade equipment won't win, but it's still better than an empty Gate of Babylon that can only be used as a space storage item. Stretching his back, he walked out of the room and opened the door. The moment he opened the door, a small pink fist came from the other side of the door and landed on his chest, stunning him for a moment. Chuju. Wu Yin looked at Chuju, who was also shocked. Chuju's fist was still in a hammering position on his chest. Wu Yin rolled his eyes. What are you doing? Did I offend you? Chuju was shocked. She quickly withdrew her fist and said embarrassedly, No, I was going to knock on the door. I didn't expect you to come out. I can't help it. Knock on the door? You're looking for me? What's the matter? After 3 question marks, Chuju finally remembered why she was here. Chuju said to Wu Yin, I'm not the one looking for you. Is it the enforcers? The enforcers? Wu Yin flinched. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said in an annoyed tone, I don't steal, I don't rob, and I don't flirt with innocent women. Why would the enforcers come looking for me? Are they so bored that they can casually drag people over for coffee and gossip? Chuju was furious when she heard Wu Yan's perfunctory words. She retracted her fist, and this time, it hit Wu Yan's chest. Wu Yan was short of breath. Why are you still so indecent at a time like this? Seeing that Chuju's other hand was about to hit him, Wu Yan quickly waved his hand and said, Okay. It's my fault. Don't hit me. Hinajiku rolled her eyes at him before frowning her pretty eyebrows and helplessly saying, The enforcers don't seem to be here to cause trouble for you. They said the council wants to meet you. The council? This time, Wu Yin was really shocked. The council was the highest authority in the Spalier World Academy. It was made up of 3 deans and 9 elders. Every one of them was a rank 9 powerhouse. An old guy of this level wants to see me? Wu Yin furrowed his brows as well. Did the enforcers say anything about the council? Why would they want to see me? I asked. Chuju shook her head. But they said they don't know. Chuju looked at Wu Yin and said, Yin, do you want to go? Wu Yin lowered his head and pondered. I think I should go. Although I don't know what the council's purpose is, it's still the highest authority in the Spalier World Academy. It's good to go. As soon as Wu Yin finished his words, Chuju immediately said, We'll go with you. Wu Yin smiled and rubbed Hinajika's pink hair. No need. If the board wanted to cause trouble for me, the enforcers wouldn't have waited for you to call for me. They would have just come upstairs to arrest me. I can go alone. But Chuju lowered her head worriedly. Wu Yin couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and hugged Chuju. Chuju's worried expression turned into shyness. She pressed her hands against Wu Yan's chest and said angrily, You! How dare you take advantage of me? I'm hugging my own wife. How is that taking advantage? Wu Yin said in a righteous tone. He pressed his forehead against Hinajiku's, causing her to blush. She swallowed back the words of complaint she was about to say. Wu Yin chuckled. The people from the board came knocking on my door. If I don't go, it might be a problem. Also, Sister Fei Fei said that the enforcers are very stubborn. The board specifically asked to see me, but they didn't mention you guys. Even if you guys come along, they won't let you guys go. Hearing this, Hinajika fell silent and said helplessly, Then be careful. Wu Yin rolled his eyes at Chuju. It's not like we're going to the behemoth forest. What's there to be careful about? The council won't do anything to me. Chuju wanted to say something, but Wu Yin interrupted her. All right. You guys wait here for me to come back. With that, he took Hinajika's hand and went downstairs. Yin. Mikoto, who had been staring at the stairs, called out when she saw Wu Yin coming down. The enforcers all turned to look at Wu Yin. The middle-aged man sized up Wu Yin and asked indifferently, "You're Wu Yin?" "I am." Wu Yin pulled Makoto's hand and told her not to worry. He walked up to the middle-aged man. Looking at the 20 enforcers, Wu Yin secretly praised them. All 20 of them were at the peak of the 7th rank. The middle-aged man was at the 8th rank. Only this kind of enforcers could suppress the young masters of the academy. "The president of the council wants to see you. Come with us," Wu Yin nodded. Ikaros wanted to walk to Wu Yan's side, but Chuju pulled her back. She could only watch with teary eyes as Wu Yin followed the enforcers away. Makoto hesitated for a bit before asking Chuju, "Chuju, are we going to run?" Chuju rolled her eyes. Yin said, "Those people aren't here to cause trouble. We're just overthinking things, but I still feel a bit uncomfortable." Makoto bitterly smiled and said with a bit of anger, "Damn it, Shokoha Misaki, I don't know where she went. I don't want to admit it, but if she was here, she would be able to come up with an idea." Hearing Makoto's words, Hinajiku couldn't help but frown and helplessly said, "That's true. It's been a few days since the school started, and in these few days, not only did they not come once, I don't even know where they went. There's no news at all. They must be up to no good." No doubt about it. It's obvious that Makoto's hatred for Shokoha Misaki is off the charts. Chuju couldn't help but laugh dryly. Chapter 350. Following the law enforcers, Wu Yin shrugged when he saw the 20 law enforcers in front of him, keeping silent. He expressed that he has nothing in common to talk about with these kinds of people. Wu Yin gave up on the idea of trying to pry information out of them. But it doesn't matter. Wu Yin is quite interested in the council anyway. 12 rank 9 powerhouses, 12 of the most prestigious people in the Spalier world. 3 of them are even emperors. It would be a lie to say that he isn't curious about them. Other than Flandre-chan, Wu Yin hasn't met any other rank 9 powerhouses. He doesn't know how powerful these 12 powerhouses are. There shouldn't be many who can match up to Flandre-chan. Even if their levels are higher than Flandre-chan's, Wu Yin has absolute confidence in Flandre-chan. Flandre-chan has the ability to control eyes, not to mention the fact that she's a vampire with immense power. If he had that ability, even if he didn't exchange it for the Gate of Babylon and the Night of Undying Night, he would still be able to fight Sylph, Kaya, Jaffer, and the others. As time passed, Wu Yin frowned and looked ahead. Didn't they say they were going to meet the council? Why are they going this way? Isn't this the way to the arena tower? Wu Yin's guess was right. The enforcers did bring Wu Yin to the arena tower. However, the enforcers didn't bring Wu Yin directly into the arena tower. Instead, they circled around the arena tower and brought Wu Yin to the back of the arena tower. The members of the enforcers finally stopped when they arrived at the bottom of the tower. They then took out a scroll and tore it open. The scroll exploded into a cloud of dust. Wu Yin watched with his mouth agape as the dust swirled around in the air before landing on the walls of the arena tower in an orderly fashion. Then, a teleportation formation appeared on the wall of the arena tower and slowly rotated. Looking at the teleportation magic formation in front of him, Wu Yin almost went berserk. If they had a teleportation magic formation, why didn't they just use it back at the villa? It was such a long journey. Did the law enforcement team have nothing better to do? Maybe he saw through Wu Yan's thoughts. The middle-aged man from the enforcement team finally spoke up. This teleportation magic array can't be used anywhere else. It will only activate when you're within the range of the Tower of Tournament. It won't activate anywhere else. Wu Yan nodded. That's right. The Council is the highest organization in the Spalier world. It's only natural that they would have some sort of protection on the teleportation formation. Thinking about it, Wu Yan suddenly noticed something the middle-aged man said. Within the range of the arena tower. That's right. The middle-aged man nodded. Perhaps you've already guessed it. The elders of the council gather at the top floor of the arena tower. That's the space above the 9th floor. Wu Yan was stunned. Doesn't that mean that anyone who passes the 9th floor will be able to meet the members of the council? The middle-aged man nodded. Originally, the setting of the arena tower was to allow talented powerhouses to continuously improve with the top floor as their goal. As long as a student can pass the ninth floor, not only will they be able to meet the elders of the council, they'll also be able to receive rewards from the 12 elders. However, up until now, such a person has yet to appear. Wu Yin shrugged and pursed his lips. Indeed, it's tempting to be able to receive rewards from the 12 most respected people of the Spalier world. However, the setting of the arena tower is too much of a scam. One must pass the ninth floor in order to meet the members of the council. However, who can pass the ninth floor before the age of 25? If the leader of the fifth floor is already a peak rank 7, then the leader of the sixth floor would most likely be a rank 8. A rank 8 powerhouse that even Sylph couldn't defeat. Then, what about the leaders of the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors above the 6th floor? Just think about it for a bit and you'll understand. This so-called reward isn't much different from having no reward at all. However, Wu Yin clenched his fists as he looked at the towering arena tower. His wine-red eyes were filled with a sinister smile. One of his missions was to conquer the entire tower of the tournament. That's the top floor that no one can reach. He must pass it with his own strength. Go on, the top floor. Other than those who have passed the 9th floor, only those who have been summoned by the council are allowed to enter. Wu Yin nodded and walked towards the teleportation formation. The formation shone brightly and enveloped Wu Yin. Wu Yan's body turned into a ray of light and entered the teleportation formation. The formation disappeared as well. The top floor of the arena tower. This is an open-air arena. It's as big as any of the lower floors of the arena tower. However, there's no arena here. There's only a hard floor. Normally, there was almost no one here. Even though it was an open-air place, the wind couldn't blow in and the rain couldn't get in. It was like a dead land. Today, however, a rare guest has arrived. Suddenly, a teleportation magic array appeared, breaking the silence. As the magic array rotated, it released a dazzling light. It didn't take long for a figure to appear in the teleportation formation, adding a touch of liveliness to the place. After looking around, Wu Yin walked out of the teleportation formation and looked around. Of course, there's nothing to look at. Aside from the 4 walls, there's nothing here. There's no arena, no spectator seats, not even a ceiling. It's hard to believe that this is the top floor of the arena tower. Wu Yin looked up at the blue sky. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Wasn't this the location of the Board of Governors? Where's everyone? There's not even a ghost. As soon as this thought popped up in his mind, the surrounding walls suddenly emitted a faint white light. It attracted Wu Yan's attention. The white light flowed on the walls and gathered together. Soon, it formed 12 beams of light. Under Wu Yan's gaze, the 12 beams of light suddenly shot into the sky and formed 12 pillars of light. They revolved around Wu Yin in the center. Then, Wu Yin saw silhouettes appear in the pillars of light. Directly in front of Wu Yin are the 3 thickest pillars of light. A total of 12 silhouettes undulated in the pillars of light. This caused Wu Yin to be a little dazed. For a moment, Wu Yin felt like he's looking at 12 incubators. If those 12 silhouettes were to be hung upside down, that would be even more interesting. Little guy, are you Wu Yin? It's hard to tell if it's a male or a female, let alone an old or young one. He could only vaguely sense that it came from the middle of the 3 thickest pillars of light. The voice echoed in the silent open-air space. Wu Yin hurriedly collected his emotions and looked at the pillar of light. He nodded and activated the system's perception to scan the 12 pillars of light. However, the information he received disappointed Wu Yin. The 12 silhouettes in front of him were just projections cast by the pillars of light. They weren't real people. Therefore, the system couldn't sense any information about them. Although he was disappointed, Wu Yin also heaved a sigh of relief. At least the 12 projections couldn't do anything to him. However, the next voice in the silhouette made Wu Yan's relaxed heart tense up again. Can you tell me where you're from? Chapter 351. Can you tell me where you're from? Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Perhaps Wu Yan didn't want others to know that he didn't belong to this world. That's why Wu Yan panicked when he heard this. Wu Yin quickly bit his tongue to calm himself down. He frowned and looked at the figure in the pillar of light. What do you mean? The figure in the pillar of light seemed to be thinking about something. He didn't answer Wu Yin immediately. Perhaps he was watching his every move from afar through his projection. For a moment, there was an eerie silence. This silence made Wu Yan's frown deepen. He began to feel anxious. Realizing that his state of mind could be seen through, Wu Yin closed his eyes and slowly adjusted his state of mind until he recovered. At some point, the voice sounded again. I'm very curious. No matter what method I used, I couldn't find out your exact origins, background, identity, or even whether your name is real or not. The only thing I know is that you first appeared in the Behemoth Forest. As for your previous deeds, I couldn't find out at all. It's as if you suddenly appeared in this world. Wu Yan's heart sank as he listened to the figure's words. Even his expression turned grim. Why are you investigating me? Oh, little guy, you've got a temper. When he said this, his voice wasn't as flat as before. Instead, there was a hint of amusement in it. It hasn't even been a week since you entered the academy. You and your companions, one of you passed the 5th level of the Tower of Arena, one of you entered the top 10, and one of you is an angel. Isn't that reason enough for us to investigate your origins? When he heard this, Wu Yin fell silent. He felt a little helpless. It seemed like he and his companions were too high profile. However, when he heard the figure's straightforward explanation, Wu Yin felt a little better. At least, compared to those who like to play dirty, it was much better. Little guy, just treat it as satisfying my curiosity. Can you tell me where you're from? Wu Yin raised his head and looked at the center of the pillar of light. He scratched his face and spread his hands. If I told you that I'm from another world, would you believe me? When he finished speaking, the 12 pillars of light surrounding Wu Yin all laughed. Some of them even laughed disdainfully. Wu Yin found it funny. I've already told you the truth. You're the ones who don't believe me. Little guy, if your background is clear enough, it's one of the ways to gain people's trust. If possible, it's better to be clear. After all, we're not the only ones in this world who are curious. When he heard the figure's words, Wu Yin didn't know what to say. Clear background is one of the ways to gain people's trust. However, if I tell you, it'll only make you more suspicious. Moreover, it's more likely that I'll be sliced into pieces. Seeing Wu Yin fall silent, the figure seemed to want to say something. At this time, another voice that sounded a little old came from one of the pillars of light. Everyone, let's forget about it. This little guy seems to have something that he can't say. If we continue to ask, we'll be the ones forcing him. You can't say that. A voice of objection came from another pillar of light. It's hard to guarantee that he didn't come to the academy with other motives, right? The voice from before immediately rang out again. Motives? What was the purpose of this? If there really is, old man, are you afraid? Afraid? Maybe after a few decades, I'll be afraid of this little guy. But definitely not now. That's right. Since you're well aware of it, why do you have to make things difficult for a little guy? The figures in the pillars of light started to discuss regardless of the occasion. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched, especially when he heard them call him little guy. Wu Yan didn't know how many tables had been flipped open in his heart. At this moment, the figure that spoke first, which was the one in the middle of the 3 thickest light pillars at the front, began to speak again. All right, since this little guy doesn't want to talk, then let's forget about it. The figure's words seemed to be the most authoritative among the 12 people. The moment he spoke, the 2 arguing voices stopped. Wu Yin couldn't help but ponder. The council is made up of the royals of the Ailu, Bruba, and Fea empires, as well as the strongest members of the 3 great clans of the 3 empires. Then the 3 pillars of light should be the emperors of the 3 empires. In other words, they should be the deans of the Spalier World Academy. The 2 voices from before might be the clan that the figure in the middle belongs to. He just didn't know which of the 3 empires he was the emperor of. Then let me ask another question, little guy. Is one of your companions really an angel? Wu Yin sighed and said helplessly, Again, if I said yes, would you believe me? Hearing this, the figure fell silent. After a long time, a similarly helpless and slightly annoyed voice came from within the pillar of light. In that case, we won't be able to get the answers we want from you, Wu Yin giggled. He didn't feel the slightest bit of restraint just because the figure in front of him is an emperor. After all, this is the first time he's met an emperor. He didn't know how to react if he had to. After some hesitation, Wu Yin asked with uncertainty, "Dean, did you call me here just to ask me these two questions?" The silhouette burst into laughter. "Do you think there's no need? Let's not talk about you. Let's talk about your two companions." One of them fought to a draw with Sylph, while the other managed to block the energy reaction from their full-power clash. It's obvious that both of them are Tier 8. If it's just rank 8, then it's not that big of a deal. The problem is they're not even 20 years old yet. Girls who aren't even 20 years old, yet they're already rank 8. Isn't that enough for us to ask about their situation? Wu Yin laughed awkwardly. Makoto isn't even 20 years old yet. To be more precise, she's not even 15 years old yet. However, Ikaros is an angel who's lived for thousands of years. She's even older than you guys. The figure who spoke up for Wu Yin spoke up again. "I'm a little different. Compared to the girls around you, I'm more interested in you." "Me?" Wu Yin looked at the silhouette. He's a bit baffled. "Am I more attractive than the girls?" What the other party said next made Wu Yin tremble. He was completely flabbergasted. "To be more precise, I'm interested in Lulu's only male friend." "Lulu?" Wu Yin's mouth slowly widened. A thought came to his mind, and he blurted it out. "Are you Lulu's grandfather?" "Oh, you're already calling me Lulu. It seems like your relationship is really good." As he said that, a loud laughter came out from his light pillar. Wu Yin can now confirm that the figure is indeed Lulu's grandfather. No wonder he spoke up for him. Looks like it's for Lulu's sake. The light pillar in the middle spoke to Wu Yin after Lulu's grandfather finished speaking. "Little guy, since you're not willing to answer our questions, we won't force you. I think I have a good eye, and you don't look like someone with bad intentions. Let's believe you for now, but I hope one day you'll come clean." Chapter 352. On the way back to the mansion, Wu Yin furrowed his brows as he pondered about something. He didn't even notice the students pointing at him as they passed by. It's obvious that Wu Yin's mind was wandering. Through his conversation with the Board of Elders, Wu Yin knew that he and the others, whether they like it or not, are now in the sights of the other party. Before coming here, it wasn't that he didn't think that he would run into the people from the Board of Directors sooner or later, that he would become the eyes of these top powers in Silveria, but he didn't think that it would come so soon. It's also because Wu Yin took it for granted. He already has Ikaros, Astria, and Makoto at his side. As for Tier 7, he has Chuju and Shokuho Misaki at his side. He even has a Tier 9 at his side. That's why Wu Yin didn't think this level of strength was anything special. However, reality proved that a rank 8 was nothing in the eyes of those old fellows in the academy. However, a young rank 8 was a completely different story. Being young meant that one's potential had yet to be fully unleashed. Under the condition of being young and being able to become a powerful being that even the council couldn't afford to neglect, it was only natural that the council would pay attention to it, or rather, attach importance to it. Come to think of it, the entire Spalier World Academy has 10 million students under the age of 25, but only 3 of them are at Tier 8. As for Ikaros, she might even be stronger than Sylph and Makoto. The members of the council would definitely want to meet her. Ikaros, on the other hand, seemed to be even stronger than Makoto and Sylph. Wu Yin stopped in his tracks. He was puzzled. That's right, Ikaros and Makoto are the ones in the limelight. Why did the Board of Governors call me instead of Ikaros and Makoto? Do they know about my relationship with Makoto and the others? Or do they think I'm easy to bully? Fei, Lulu. Standing at the entrance of his villa, he saw Fei and Lulu chatting with Hinajiku, Makoto, and the others in the living room. Wu Yin was surprised. After all, he just met their parents and now he's seeing Fei and Lulu. Wu Yin couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Why am I feeling guilty? Master, Chuju, Makoto, and Ikaros immediately stood up and came to Wu Yan's side. They kept looking at Wu Yan's body, trying to see if there's anything missing on Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan laughed awkwardly. Yan. Lulu didn't realize it until Makoto, Chuju, and Ikaros were already messing around with Wu Yan's body. That's when she called out, making Wu Yan feel weak all over. I say, Wu Yan tried his best to resist the urge to complain. He knocked Chuju and the other girls on the head and said in an annoyed tone, "What are you girls doing? I'm going to meet my parents. I'm going to meet the Board of Governors. I'm not going to slay a dragon. Is there a need to be like this?" Board of Governors. Before Chuju and the others could react, Fei Fei and Lulu cried out in shock. Lulu jumped in front of Wu Yan and she yelled at him. "Yan, did you say Board of Trustees?" Being so close to Lulu, Wu Yan's ears almost started ringing when Lulu yelled at him. He quickly pushed Lulu's face away from him. "Is there a need to be so surprised?" "So," Lulu said. "You saw Grandpa?" "Ah, I saw him," Wu Yan said in an annoyed tone. Although it's just a projection, Wu Yan looked at Chuju, Makoto, Lulu, and Fei Fei. He was a little speechless when he saw the surprised look on their faces. "Why are you girls making such a big fuss?" Chuju held her head awkwardly. "We don't know what the Board of Governors is. Of course we're worried." Yeah. Makoto chimed in with Chuju. She looked at Wu Yan again and asked hesitantly, "Are you sure you're fine?" "I'm really fine." Then, Chuju looked at Wu Yan. "Why are the Board of Governors looking for you?" "Let's talk about that later." Wu Yan waved his hand at Chuju, Makoto, and Ikaros before looking at Fei Fei and Lulu. "Fei Fei, Lulu, why are you girls here?" Fei Fei giggled, and she gestured at the table beside her with her lips. She wanted Wu Yan to look over there. Wu Yan turned his head in confusion. When he saw what was on the table, Wu Yan's face froze. On the table was a stack of red invitation cards that covered the entire table and piled up to about half a meter high. Flander-chan was sitting on top of it, fiddling with the cards with great interest, as if she was playing house. Wu Yan cried out in shock. "What's going on?" Fei Fei covered her mouth and coughed. She said in a serious tone, "These are all challenge letters." "Challenge letters?" Wu Yan scratched his head in confusion as he looked at the challenge letter that almost fell to the ground. His mouth twitched as he said in an uneasy manner, "When did I offend so many people?" Chuju and Makoto couldn't help but complain. "It's only been a few days since you entered the Spalier World Academy. How many people did you offend?" Fei Fei also found it funny. "It's not that you've offended many people. It's just that the Academy's first event, the Inter-School Tournament, is about to begin." "The Inter-School Tournament is about to begin?" Wu Yan, Chuju, and Makoto, who didn't know what was going on, were all stunned. Makoto cried out in excitement. "The Inter-School Tournament is about to begin? That's great." Makoto clenched her fist. Sparks of electricity flashed across her fist. Makoto's lips curled into a smile. "The last duel with Sylph wasn't decided yet. This time, I must defeat her." Wu Yan wasn't as excited as Makoto, but he also curled up his lips. After all, Wu Yan really wanted to complete his ranking quest. However, it's been a few days, and he's still at 25th place. Wu Yan wasn't satisfied with this progress. If he were to let those who had to train hard for years just to get a spot in the rankings know what he is thinking, they would disregard the difference in strength and come at him with everything they have. However, Wu Yan was puzzled again. What does the inter-school tournament have to do with these letters of challenge? Of course, it has something to do with it. Fei Fei explained, in the entire academy, there are a total of 10 million students. If they were to be paired up and dueled one by one, then how long would this academy grand tournament take? Fei Fei smiled when she saw the realization on Wu Yan and the others' faces. Therefore, the academy has long made a rule that only the top rankers are allowed to participate in the academy tournament. Fei Fei picked up one of the letters of challenge and waved it in front of Wu Yan. In order to obtain the qualifications to participate in the academy tournament, those who aren't ranked will challenge those who are ranked before the academy tournament starts and seize the other's ranking. Wu Yan clutched his head in pain when he heard Fei Fei's explanation. But isn't this a little too much? Since you're a newbie, many of them are hoping for a fluke. They think that you're just trying to be mysterious. That's why they sent these letters of challenge. It doesn't matter if they lose, right? Wu Yin was speechless. He looked at the letters of challenge on the table and clenched his teeth. Wu Yin clenched his fists. It's one thing for a bunch of old fogies to think that he's a pushover, but he didn't expect the students to think so as well. Who said it doesn't matter if they lose? Wu Yin turned to Fei Fei and said, Fei Fei, help me spread the word that anyone who wants to challenge me has to prepare a challenge fee of 10,000 credits. If they lose, the credits will be mine. A thought flashed through Fei Fei's mind. Those students are out of luck. Chapter 353. Spalier World Academy, Villa District. Compared to the Arena Tower, Merchant District, Free Trade District, and other places with a lot of people, this place in Spalier World Academy is relatively quiet. After all, the Villa District is where the special students live. No one would like to live in such a noisy place. However, in this quiet Villa District, no one knew that at this moment, in one of the rooms of one of the villas, wasn't very quiet. If someone were to stand outside the room, they would be able to hear the suppressed moans coming from the other side of the door. Although the moans were soft, they were extremely soul-stirring. An angelic beauty is lying on her stomach on the bed. Her snow-white round buttocks are sticking up high. She's trying her best to suppress her moan and trembling breathing. Even though she's being pressed down, the curves of her voluptuous breasts are still clearly visible. What a perfect and alluring body this is. She was like a docile little lamb, obediently lying on the bed. Her beautiful face was as red as fire, and her pure indigo eyes were slightly closed in embarrassment. Her long and black eyelashes covered her pair of pitiful autumn eyes, and she was slightly trembling. Below her fair and delicate neck was a pair of delicate and round shoulders. Further down, her snow-white and dazzling bosom was as if it was piled up by snow, sparkling and translucent. Her slender waist was so slender that it could only be held with one hand. It was extremely soft and beautiful. Below her snow-white and smooth belly were two slender and tender legs. At this moment, they were being separated from behind by a man. A pair of smooth and beautiful feet, along with a pair of soft and boneless calves. She's like an ivory sculpture, but at this moment, her body is limp, and she's allowing the man on top of her to do whatever he wants. No matter who saw this scene, they would be dazed and unable to believe their own eyes. Had such a beautiful girl really thrown herself into someone else's embrace? The moment Ikaros entered Spalier World Academy, her name along with her beauty has spread throughout the entire Spalier World Academy. Following the incident a few days ago, her name became even more famous. Every student who's seen her felt like they're looking at a snow lotus blooming proudly in the snow. She's so beautiful, yet so cold. Out of 100 people who've seen her, 100 of them have never seen her before. Ikaros's face showed a trace of emotion. So much so that the students who saw Ikaros' face would have the mindset of only being admired from afar, but not to be touched. But at this moment, if an outsider were to see Ikaros right now, they would definitely go crazy. Her beautiful face was flushed red like fire. Her pure and beautiful eyes were closed shyly as she panted softly. Her reddened skin was covered with fine beads of sweat. Her slender waist swayed like a snake, welcoming the man's caress and impact. Below her smooth and snow-white lower abdomen, two slender and tender snow-white legs opened and closed, slowly intertwining with each other. Her eyes were filled with tears as she looked at the man. Wu Yin hugged Ikaros' body and unleashed a torrent of attacks to his heart's content. Slowly, Ikaros' panting got weaker and weaker. Her body is limp, and she no longer has the strength to respond. After all, in the last hour or so, Wu Yin has been enjoying Ikaros in all sorts of positions for a long time. It didn't take long for Ikaros' weak panting to quicken again. Her body tensed up, and between her heavy panting, a hint of panic could be felt. Then came the next assault, causing Ikaros to let out a heart-wrenching moan. Wu Yin breathed heavily for a while before lying on top of Ikaros. His right hand is stroking her soft and delicate waist. Ikaros's skin feels like it's covered with the finest pearl powder. It's smooth and smooth when he touches it. It's even more supple than the finest silk. Every time he touches it, it gives him an unparalleled feeling. Every time he touches it, he can't bear to part with it. If he could, he would like to touch it for the rest of his life. Wu Yan's face was full of smiles as he whispered into Ikaros's ear. Ikaros, do you think we'll give birth to a little Ikaros? Ikaros let out a soft Her face that was flushed red from the orgasm started to turn red again. Her indigo eyes flashed with an indescribable splendor. It's obvious that the problem of having a child has exceeded Ikaros's godly computing ability. Ikaros lost count of how many times she was brought to the climax by the master on top of her. Her body felt as light as a feather, as if she was floating in the clouds. She didn't even have the strength to get up. However, Wu Yan's words caused her body to tremble slightly. The temperature on her face started to rise as well. Unbeknownst to Ikaros, after her initial pleasure, she exuded a soul-stirring charm that made Wu Yan's heart tremble. He almost had to go through with the plan to create a little Ikaros all over again. Ever since she started following Wu Yan, Ikaros has been plucked by Wu Yan day and night. It's been a while now, but Ikaros still exudes the charm of a young girl. Her body doesn't have the characteristics of a young married woman at all. Of course, this subtle change couldn't escape Wu Yan, who caressed this body every day. Of course, this kind of charm would only be shown in front of Wu Yan. In front of others, Ikaros would be covered up by that eternally unchanging tranquility of an ancient well. Looking at Ikaros's face, his eyes couldn't help but flash with an infatuated look. He reached out his hands and hooked Ikaros's beautiful legs with one hand. He hugged Ikaros with her back facing him, and then he got up and walked to the mirror not far from the bed. While admiring the beautiful scenery in the mirror, he praised, Ikaros, look at yourself, you're so beautiful. Ikaros forced herself to raise her head. She stared at her full body in the mirror. Her legs are spread, wide open over Wu Yan's arms. Her rosy body is covered in a thin layer of sweat. A few drops of sweat trickled down her body seductively, making her look even more alluring than ever. Coupled with the lingering arousal, it's not only showing on her face and the corners of her eyes, it's also seeping through her sweaty skin. Ikaros's snow-white, jade-like skin is covered with a thin layer of blush that's tinged with shyness, on top of a pair of snowy peaks. Pink buds of early spring blossomed. Along with Ikaros's breath, they trembled beautifully. That unparalleled beauty is so enchanting that it's almost impossible to describe it with human words. Ikaros stared blankly at her reflection in the mirror. She couldn't believe it was her. At the same time, a trace of shame and indignation slowly crept onto her face. Master, Ikaros's body wriggled on top of Wu Yan's body. Her face got redder and redder. She didn't know what to do with Wu Yan's naughty actions. She wanted to refuse, but she couldn't bring herself to do so because her master looked like he was having a good time. Therefore, after a short struggle, Ikaros gave up. Eyes closed, face red, she allowed Wu Yan to position herself in this shameful position, greedily admiring it in the mirror. Wu Yan couldn't help but lower his head and lightly rubbed his lips against Ikaros's pink lips. Two thin lips. The pleasure kept flowing into Wu Yan's mouth. Wu Yan's heart started surging again. With a lift, Wu Yan squeezed his doppelganger into Ikaros' body, causing the shy Ikaros to let out a sudden moan. This is the signal to start the battle. Wu Yan is once again assaulted by a storm. Standing in front of the mirror, he grabbed Ikaros' body and tossed it around. Moans and moans are heard again. Chapter 354. Master. Ikaros is completely exhausted. Lying on the bed, she mumbled nonstop. Her voluptuous bunny breasts moved up and down along with her breathing. Ikaros looked at Wu Yan, who is fully clothed. Her indigo eyes flashed with a strong sense of attachment. Walking to the bedside, Wu Yin gently caressed Ikaros's face, feeling a little funny. What's the structure of a girl's body like? Ikaros is clearly a rank 8 fighter, much stronger than him, but the first one to surrender is always Ikaros. This made Wu Yin not know whether to be proud of himself or to curse out loud. Either way, it doesn't make sense. Ikaros, you should rest well. Wu Yin lovingly stroked Ikaros's bangs, fiddling with her twin ponytails, and said softly. Hearing this, Ikaros forced herself up and looked at Wu Yin with a pitiful expression. Master has something important to do today. Ikaros can't rest. Wu Yin was a little surprised. Looking at Ikaros, he asked doubtfully, Something important? What's so important? Is it those annoying challengers? Didn't they lose to the point where they don't even have pants to wear? They still dare to challenge us? At this point, it must be mentioned that the Academy tournament was about to begin soon. Therefore, during this period of time, the rank students were constantly receiving letters of challenge from other students. Even Fei Fei was no exception. The closer it is to the inter-school tournament, the more challengers there are. In just a few days, the rankings are constantly changing. A student who just got into the rankings will be pulled down very quickly. This phenomenon is repeated over and over again in the past few days. Those who aren't in the rankings are challenging those who are lower in the rankings. Those who are lower in the rankings are also challenging those who are higher in the rankings in an attempt to consolidate their position. Those who are higher in the rankings are dealing with those who are lower in the rankings, forming a bad cycle. It's to the point that Spalier World Academy is more chaotic than a battlefield. Fei Fei is also running between the arena and Fatal Forest HQ. She's very busy. As for Wu Yin, who was originally seen as deliberately mystifying and was challenged by the students who thought he was a rookie, after a couple of days of fighting, he became the most leisurely person in the entire academy. The reason is naturally because of Wu Yan's words. Anyone who wants to challenge me must prepare a challenge fee of 10,000 credits. If they lose, the credits will be mine. When the challengers excitedly ran over to challenge him, they were slapped out of the arena by Wu Yin. Then, with tears in their eyes, they looked at the 10,000 credits on their record cards and ran away scared witless. As the number of losers increased, their credits decreased while Wu Yin gained more credits. After a while, no one dared to challenge him anymore. They finally understood that they can't rely on luck because their opponent is a big bad wolf, and they're just fat lambs that don't have much to gain. But it's too late for regrets, because Wu Yin gained a lot. Not only did he fill his wallet, the flies also went to eat other meat. He won the best of both worlds. It is worth mentioning that this phenomenon has already started to be used by Fei Fei. Similarly, it has also been used by the other students who are extremely annoyed by the rankings. Thus, the nightmare of the bitter students is gradually progressing. When Ikaros said something important, Wu Yin thought she was talking about this matter. He was wondering which rich young master came knocking on his door. Who knew Ikaros would shake her head? No, Master said it himself. Today is an important day. Master was afraid that he would forget, so he asked Ikaros to remind Master today. I told you to remind me? Wu Yin couldn't help but frown and ponder. Even though Wu Yin has perfect memory, Wu Yin's memory isn't very clear. After all, being able to remember is one thing. Being able to recall it at a crucial moment is another. Wu Yan's eyes lit up when he found this memory fragment. He nodded in realization, and his lips curled into a small grin. Ikaros, you rest for a bit. I'll go find Mikoto. Yes, Master. Wu Yin ran out of his room and knocked on Mikoto's door. Mikoto, are you there? Yen? A lazy voice came from the other side of the door. From the sound of it, it seems like she just woke up. That's not strange. The sky is still hazy with only a few rays of light shining through the clouds. The sun hasn't even risen yet. No matter how early Mikoto woke up, she wouldn't wake up at this hour. The door opened softly, and the image of Mikoto in her pajamas rubbing her eyes appeared in front of Wu Yin. Wu Yin couldn't help but stare blankly. He almost fell for her cuteness. Mikoto didn't have the slightest bit of self-awareness and yawned lazily. If she hugged a pillow at this time, Wu Yin probably wouldn't be able to control himself again. What are you doing so early? Mikoto forced herself to wake up a bit and said with a bit of dissatisfaction. Usually, The last one to wake up is Wu Yin. Mikoto never thought that there would be a day when she would be woken up by Wu Yin. Hearing the slight dissatisfaction in Mikoto's voice, Wu Yin finally realized that he still has things to do. He quickly said, "Mikoto, there's something I need your help with," Wu Yin whispered into Mikoto's ear. Mikoto's ears were hit by Wu Yan's hot breath. She couldn't help but be startled, and her face blushed a little. But when Wu Yan's words fell into Mikoto's ears, she was first surprised, then her brown eyes lit up. After Wu Yin finished speaking, Mikoto immediately patted her flat breasts and happily said to Wu Yin, "No problem. Leave it to me." Mikoto's voice resounded and the sky started to brighten up. In the villa's living room, Wu Yin, Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros were sitting opposite each other, slowly eating breakfast. Flandre-chan was sitting in Wu Yan's arms, happily enjoying the breakfast that Wu Yan delivered her mouth, her cheeks flushed with happiness. Chuju furrowed her brows. She put the breakfast in her mouth while sizing up Wu Yin and Mikoto. She couldn't help but feel a bit strange. She didn't know why. At this time, Wu Yin spoke. He looked at Chuju and suddenly said, "Chuju, let's go out for a walk later." Hearing this, Hinajiku was stunned. She pointed at her own nose and said uncertainly, "Me?" Wu Yin nodded. This made Chuju feel even more strange. It's not that Wu Yin didn't invite her out before, but every time, Mikoto and Ikaros will be brought along as well. This time, Mikoto and Ikaros were clearly beside her, but Wu Yin only called her out, "Something's wrong." Chuju wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Flandre-chan's excited voice from Wu Yan's arms. "I want to go too." As soon as Flandre-chan said that, Mikoto scooped her up and lifted her up in her arms. Mikoto laughed dryly and said, "Flandre-chan, you should go with Mikoto-ne-san. Don't disturb Oni-san and Chuju-san. Something's wrong." Chuju narrowed her eyes and raised her hand. I think I'll pass." Just as she finished her sentence, Wu Yin, who appeared out of nowhere, grabbed her hand and pulled her up from the chair. "Ma, don't say that. It's just a walk. Let's go." "Wait." Mikoto released a sigh of relief after Hinajiku was dragged out. She exchanged glances with Ikaros and smiled at her. Chapter 355. Spalier World Academy, the Free Trade Zone. As the name suggested, this place was a place where one could freely trade. On the platforms on both sides, some students would set up stalls with the things they had on hand, hoping to use them to exchange for something they wanted or credits that they were satisfied with. Therefore, there were many people who came to the Free Trade Zone every day. Some were looking for things, some were buying things, and some were even hoping that the students who set up the stalls would be blind and let the treasures be covered in dust. There were also people who came here to look for treasures. But today, there are two people who are clearly not here to buy things or to search for treasures. Chuju crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her little finger kept tapping on her arm. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her eyebrows were deeply furrowed. The signs of impatience were very obvious. However, the man beside her acted as if he didn't see her. As he brought the girl around the various stalls, he pointed at some of the items that were full of complaints and chuckled softly. Even if the girl didn't answer, he could still talk to himself endlessly. And this behavior had been going on for almost 3 hours. One by one, the two stalls were visited by the two of them. However, the two of them did not seem to want to obtain anything at all. After they were done, they actually turned around and strolled around again. At this time, even a fool could guess that the one leading the way had an ulterior motive. Looking at Wu Yin, who kept talking to himself beside her, the word "well" on Chuju's forehead gradually appeared. Every time Wu Yin walked around, the word "well" would increase. At this time, Chuju's head was full of "well" words. At some point, Chuju finally wore out all of her patience. She stopped in front of Wu Yin and blocked his path. Then, she vented her deep dissatisfaction on Wu Yin. "I say, Yin, what the hell are you planning?" Hearing this, Wu Yin seemed to have expected Chuju to jump out at him. His smile didn't falter as he smiled at Chuju and shrugged. "Well, since you said it like that, Do you think I will harm you? Chuju was startled. The anger on her face gradually subsided, but her eyebrows were still deeply furrowed. That's right, but you can't keep playing with me. Huh? How am I playing with you? Chuju raised an eyebrow. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. She lowered her head and then roared at Wu Yan. You still dare to say you're not playing with me? What's shopping? You've already brought me around 5 times, and you still haven't bought anything. If this isn't playing with me, what is it? Wu Yan put his hands in front of himself and laughed dryly as he pushed the air in front of him to prevent the president from putting her face in front of him. It's not that Wu Yan didn't want to be close to the president, but Wu Yan didn't want to take the saliva that came into contact with the air. If he wanted to take it, he should just put it on Chuju's lips. Well, calm down, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile apologetically. Just treat it as if I'm crazy and go crazy with me. Who wants to go crazy with you? Chuju rolled her eyes at Wu Yan and turned to walk back. I'm going back. Don't. Wu Yan quickly grabbed Chuju's hand and pulled the president back reluctantly. Anyway, you have nothing to do when you go back. Just treat it as a pastime. Chuju lowered her head and said a little pleadingly, I say, Yin, can you stop fooling around? If you have something to say, just say it. What's the point of doing so much? Wu Yan awkwardly scratched his face and tightened his grip on Chuju's hand. Anyway, you're not doing anything wrong, right? Is it that difficult to walk around with me? Looking at Wu Yan's pitiful appearance, Chuju was both angry and amused. At that moment, she could only helplessly let Wu Yan pull her away and continue their long shopping trip. And this time, they walked until the sky turned dark. On the way back to the villa, Chuju's face was full of anger, and her footsteps were much faster than usual. It's obvious how angry Kaisha-sama is. Wu Yan angrily followed behind Chuju. From the looks of it, they look like a couple throwing a tantrum. It's normal. Anyone would be a little angry after being dragged around for an entire day, let alone Chuju, who doesn't have much patience to begin with. It's natural for her to be angry. However, when Chuju angrily pushed open the villa's door, the scene that appeared in front of her left her completely stunned. Happy birthday! Following Mikoto, Flandra-chan, and Ikaro's voice, the sound of firecrackers followed. Colored ribbons were hung on the stunned Chuju's head. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. On the walls of the living room, there's a banner saying Happy Birthday Chuju. There's also colorful magic lanterns all around. It looks like Christmas, laughs. It's very dazzling and full of joy. Mikoto smiled and walked up to the stunned Chuju and gave her a hug. Chuju, happy birthday. Chuju finally reacted. She looked at the smiling Wu Yan, Flandra-chan, and Ikaros in surprise. She asked with uncertainty, Today is my birthday? Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Today is the 3rd of March. Don't tell me you've forgotten your birthday as well? Hinajika flinched before looking at Wu Yan. Don't tell me you've been running around with me all day just to help me celebrate my birthday? Wu Yan smiled, but didn't say anything. Chuju lowered her head. Her eyes were filled with warmth and affection. Chuju thought that after becoming Wu Yan's summon, she wouldn't have the chance to celebrate her birthday anymore. Who knew that Wu Yan would give her such a big surprise today? At this time, Ikaros had already pushed the cake onto the table. At the same time, she handed a small gift box to Hinajiku and said softly, Happy birthday. Hinajiku hurriedly accepted the gift and smiled at Ikaros. Thank you. Me too. Me too. Flandra-chan was holding a gift box in her hand, shouting and jumping, causing Hinajiku to smile brightly. Thank you, Flandra-chan. Chuju, your gift. Mikoto also handed over a gift. Chuju smiled and accepted it. It's clear that Chuju is really happy right now. At this time, Hinajika's heart couldn't help but feel a trace of satisfaction towards this foreign world that wasn't her home. This was also the first time Hinajiku felt such a sense of satisfaction towards this foreign world. Even if her family isn't by her side, her best friend is by her side. What's there to be dissatisfied with? Not to mention, Chuju turned around and looked at Wu Yan, who was also looking at her. She clutched her chest. Her yellow-green eyes flashed with a hint of tenderness. Because the one she loves the most is also by her side, Suddenly, the sky above Spalier World Academy was filled with the sound of the cannon. At the same time, dazzling fireworks bloomed in the sky. Everyone in the Spalier World Academy was shocked. Looking at the fireworks in the sky, countless people were baffled. Who made such a scene? Who dares to set off fireworks in the Spalier World Academy? But the Academy didn't seem to have any rules that forbid people from setting off fireworks. Chuju looked at the fireworks in the sky with a smile on her face. Her heart warmed up as the fireworks bloomed. A pink crystal necklace suddenly appeared in front of Hinajiku and landed on her neck. At the same time, a warm voice came from beside her ear. "Happy birthday." Chuju held the crystal necklace tightly. She looked at the fireworks in the sky and felt the warmth of the person behind her. She smiled and closed her eyes. Chapter 356. Night. Lying on his bed, Wu Yin rested his head on his hands and looked at the moon hanging high in the sky outside the window. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Wu Yin was satisfied. Yes, very satisfied. Whenever he thought about the smile on Chuju's face during the birthday party, Wu Yin felt that everything he did was great. For a long time, Wu Yin had a small worry in his heart. He was afraid that the girls following him wouldn't be happy. After all, it's normal for a person to feel uncomfortable in a foreign land, let alone transmigrating to another world. Makoto was fine. She was someone who didn't want to live a peaceful life. In Academy City, she was always looking for bad people, looking for excitement. She even participated in Shiroi Kuriko's work as a disciplinary committee member many times. This wasn't only because of her sense of justice, but also because that kind of life was a good spice for Makoto. Coming to this Spalier world filled with strong fighters and endless battles, Makoto felt a sense of unfamiliarity. However, she's more excited because she's the kind of person who loves adventure and excitement. Ikaros is even more so. Living in an environment like Synapse and being used as a weapon, it would be strange if Ikaros felt a sense of belonging. Plus, before Ikaros was summoned by Wu Yin, her emotional system was in a sealed state, so she didn't feel anything. For Ikaros, Master is her everything. In the original work, she recognized the main character as her master, and she really liked that kind of life because the most important person in her life is by her side. Now, she's following Wu Yin, and it's the same. That idiot Astria probably doesn't even know what a sense of belonging and unfamiliarity is, so she doesn't have to worry about it. As for Shokuho Misaki, she has seen so much darkness in Academy City since she was young. To her, Academy City is just a place to live. She doesn't have any feelings for it. Kinuhata, Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku are members of the Black Ops. The environment in this world isn't much different from their previous life. As for Flandra-chan, if she could, she probably wouldn't want to return to Jinsokyo for the rest of her life. Living in a basement for more than 400 years isn't something a normal person can imagine. Of course, if one day she misses Remilia, she might want to go back, but she won't be unhappy. This is enough for Wu Yin to rest assured. Only Hinajiku, who lived in her own world, lived the life of a normal high school student. The occasional appearance of demons and monsters could make her feel fear, not to mention coming to a different world that shattered her worldview. That's why Chuju has always been Wu Yan's biggest worry. He's afraid she won't be able to live a happy life. Today, seeing Chuju smile from the bottom of her heart, Wu Yin felt a sense of satisfaction. After an unknown amount of time, someone knocked on Wu Yan's door. Wu Yin snapped out his days. He frowned. Suspicion flashed in his eyes. Who would come looking for him at this hour? Who is it? Wu Yin didn't get the answer he expected. Instead, the knocking on the door stopped. After a while, a nervous voice came from outside the door and entered Wu Yan's ears. It's me. Chuju? Wu Yin was surprised. It's already late at night. Why is Chuju looking for me? Could it be that the birthday banquet wasn't very enjoyable? He got up from bed and quickly walked to the door. Wu Yin reached out and opened the door. As the door opened, Wu Yin saw Chuju in pink pajamas standing at the door. Seeing Wu Yin, Chuju's pretty face blushed. She actually became a little bashful. Wu Yin couldn't help but be surprised. He suddenly felt a little strange. What was this president playing at this time? What's wrong? Chuju, Wu Yin asked in confusion. At the same time, he looked at Chuju as if he wanted to see something. Chuju raised her head and looked at Wu Yin. She hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Today, thank you." Hearing this, Wu Yin laughed and shook his head. Looking at the president's bashful expression, he felt funny. "I thought you were going to say something. Didn't you say thank you before?" Hinajiku pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. She lowered her head and went silent. This made Wu Yin feel weird. This Kaishu-sama, don't tell me she's so prideful that she can't even say a simple thank you? Suddenly, Chuju raised her head and tiptoed. She kissed Wu Yin's face. Wu Yin couldn't help but look at Chuju in surprise. After seeing Chuju's blushing face, he couldn't help but laugh. This president is really not straightforward. Hearing Wu Yin's laughter, Chuju's face blushed again. She withdrew her lips and ran out. It seemed like she was running away. However, will Wu Yin let her run away? The answer is of course no. He grabbed Hinajiku and pulled her into his embrace. Then, Kaishu-sama saw a face with a mischievous smile, magnified in front of his eyes. When the soft touch entered their heads, both of them trembled. Before Chuju could react, her teeth were pushed open by a big tongue. Her little tongue was also captured by the other party in the next moment. Chuju whimpered. Her eyes started to blur. She gently closed her eyes. Chuju reached out her hands and wrapped them around Wu Yin's neck. She was immersed in the pleasure brought by the intertwining of their tongues. Wu Yin hugged the president's soft body and lifted her up. He pressed her against his chest and brought her into his room. With a stretch of his leg, the door was closed by Wu Yin. Almost the moment the door was closed, Chuju's body was thrown onto his bed by Wu Yin. She fell heavily on the sheets. Then, a heavy body pressed down on Chuju's small body. Woo. Chuju only had time to make a shy woo sound. Then, a thin pajamas left her. A shiny ivory body appeared in front of Wu Yin. Wait, Wu. Her lips were sealed again. Chuju knew that at this time, no matter what she said, the person on top of her wouldn't stop. She could only close her eyes and feel a pair of big hands caressing her body back and forth. After some time, Chuju's body was lifted up high by Wu Yin. She straddled his body. Then, as Chuju panicked a little, he pressed her into his chest, and a crisp sound was heard. Chuju's body was immediately penetrated. An indescribable and strangely familiar feeling spread through Chuju's body. Chuju's tightly shut lips opened uncontrollably. A seductive moan was also heard. Looking at Chuju's rosy cheeks, Wu Yin licked his lips. He stood up from the bed and directly strung the president on top of his body. Chuju let out a heavy moan. Then, Wu Yin rubbed Chuju's small butt and began to toss it up and down. Ooh, ah. Chuju's hands were wrapped around Wu Yin's neck. She was passively tossed up and down by Wu Yin. She could only let out moans to please him. She was immersed in the pleasure of the hell. She opened her yellow-green eyes. Her misty and watery eyes looked at Wu Yin, who was enjoying her body. Chuju moaned and put her head on Wu Yin's shoulder. She wholeheartedly felt the joy and love that Wu Yin brought to her. For a long time, she was unable to extricate herself. In the room, moaning sounds reverberated. A few dark clouds floated in the sky and covered the moon. One could only vaguely see two figures struggling with all their might in the room. They were constantly moving. Chapter 357. The Academy competition was an event for the top-ranked practitioners. Out of the 10 million students in the entire academy, only 100 could participate. This extremely harsh condition for the competition basically told everyone who the most outstanding students in the academy were. The practitioners who were able to stand out in this kind of competition were all practitioners who possessed truly powerful talent. Although the conditions to participate in the Great Academy competition were extremely harsh, this did not hinder the other students within the academy from crazily chasing after the baton. Those experts, who were rarely seen on a normal day, were now all gathered together and began to fight in a carefree manner on the stage. The attraction of such a scene to the other students was not any less than a man who had been thirsty for a few years, suddenly seeing a naked beauty. Moreover, in this competition, the top 100 ranked practitioners would fight with each other. In the end, it would lead to changes in the rankings. It could be said that this competition was also an opportunity to reshuffle the rankings. Moreover, in this academy tournament, the experts that were able to enter the top 10 would receive rewards from the Academy Council. The higher the ranking, the more generous the rewards. This caused this academy tournament to become the center of attention amongst all the spectators. Therefore, as the start of the academy competition drew closer, the atmosphere in the academy also gradually rose. The topic of conversation in every corner of the academy now revolved around the academy competition. Even the topic of Angel, which was extraordinarily lively not long ago, paled in comparison. Due to the approaching time, the rankings at the back were constantly being updated every day. Those students who were usually buried, or those who had improved greatly during this period of time, had completely exploded at this moment. They were crazily attacking the extremely valuable rankings in the hearts of the students. However, no matter how lively the academy was, it had nothing to do with Wu Yan. After Wu Yan's exploitative challenge policy, as of today, no one dared to challenge Wu Yan anymore. Every person who wanted to take advantage of the situation would first weigh their own strength and wallet before challenging Wu Yan. Therefore, in the last few days before the academy competition, Wu Yan actually enjoyed a leisurely time that the others in the rankings didn't have. Every day, he would play with Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Flandre-chan. And finally, this last period of time that countless people in the academy have been eagerly waiting for has arrived. Spalier World Academy, Central Plaza. This is the largest field in the Silverio World Institute. Normally, this field is pretty much useless. Other than the vast expanse of the field, there's nothing else that can be done about it. But today it's different, because this place will be the venue for the academy competition. After all, there are close to 10 million students in the academy alone, including the teachers and the like. If there isn't a large enough space, how can it accommodate such a large crowd? The Central Plaza is huge. It's more than enough to be used as a floating plaza. So, to accommodate so many people, it's still a little difficult. When Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Flandre-chan arrived at the Central Plaza, their line of sight was already filled with countless blackheads. Looking around, the sea of people spread out in all directions with loud noises. Finally, they converged into a single pillar that shot up into the sky, almost causing everyone to feel dizzy. Looking at the tightly packed human wall, Wu Yan and the rest were stunned. If this was used as a pile, it would probably be taller than the arena tower. If it wasn't for the fact that the participating students had a special entrance that saved them the trouble of being crowded, they would probably have to fly directly to the center of the field. And so, under the guidance of the relevant personnel, Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Flandre-chan entered the Central Plaza through the special entrance and arrived at a high platform. Outside the high platform was a sea of people. Roars and shouts rang out from the crowd, venting their emotions on the field. This made the academy competition even livelier than a celebrities concert. It also made the students on the ranking list lift their heads and puff out their chests. Their faces were glowing, and they were even more radiant than a young married woman who had just been nourished. On the other side of the platform, there's a stage. To be precise, it's a stage made of stone slabs. Obviously, this stage is the venue for this year's academy competition. Wu Yan took a few steps forward, leaned on the railing of the platform, and looked down at the plaza from above. Listening to the commotion from the spectators stands behind him. Even he couldn't help but have a flash of passion in the depths of his wine-red eyes. This academy competition is basically a symbol of the Spalier World Academy's most outstanding students. Geniuses from all over the Spalier world. Which one of them isn't proud and arrogant? If you want to stand out in this competitive competition without a solid foundation, you'll only become a stepping stone for others to climb higher. Wu Yin doesn't want to become someone's stepping stone, so he'll give it his all in this academy competition. Why hasn't it started yet? Makoto on the side, with her arms on the railing, her petite body wrapped in a white student uniform with gold edges. She looks like a different person. Of course, only her appearance has changed. Her personality hasn't changed at all. From Makoto's slightly excited and impatient tone, it's easy to tell, Wu Yin muttered to himself. A non-violent cis-canon isn't a good cis-canon after all. He lazily stretched and turned to look at Chuju and casually said, I didn't expect Chuju to be interested in this academy competition as well. In just a few days, you actually managed to squeeze your way to the top of the list. You really are. Chuju lightly smiled. That delicate and beautiful face had a hint of passion that Wu Yin didn't notice. All this time, it's been you guys fighting. I occasionally want to show off. Hearing this, Wu Yin couldn't help but fall silent. Thinking about it carefully, it's true that ever since Chuju became his summon, he rarely saw Chuju fight. First, Chuju's level at that time was still very low. In terms of strength, she couldn't carry the weight of the group. Therefore, before she reaches a certain level of strength, Wu Yin didn't want to let her charge and break through the enemy lines. When Chuju's strength is about to reach the graduation stage, the people who appear in front of everyone are the characters that made Chuju feel powerless. Accelerator, Kikin Taidaku, Alistair, Awa, S. These characters, even Wu Yin and Makoto, have to give it their all, let alone Chuju, who slowly rose up from a normal person. And now, this academy competition is just right for Chuju's level of strength. Character, Gue Chuju ability, none strength, A endurance, asterisk agility, A spirit, asterisk equipment, White Cherry, C rank, level 655, level 65, intermediate stage 7. In terms of level, there are no more than 30 people in the top 100 who can beat her. Moreover, level doesn't represent strength. With Chuju's strength, even if she can't make it into the top 10, it's more than enough to make it into the top 20. Hinajika herself knows what level she's at. That's why she chose this competition to prove that she's not a useless flower vase. Although Chuju started out as a normal person and slowly rose up the ranks with Wu Yin and the others, Chuju's strong personality will not allow her to remain unknown. As the president of the White Emperor College's student council and a famous kendo master in her own college, Chuju will not be satisfied with a quiet life. Wu Yin looked at the confident smile on Hinajika's face, and he couldn't help but smile as well. This is your stage. Do your best. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.